Hello, everybody. Welcome to the very final game of the Marathon for Choice. Big thanks to everyone who's hosted, played, and contributed. We blew far past my expectations for this event by a lot. Like I said, we almost doubled it, and we just crossed two goals in quick succession. So our new goal is 3K. Don't forget that right now there is an art raffle going for a piece of bust up character art by Kemma. Every $5 you donate gets you one raffle ticket, and we will close that and announce the winner at about 9:30 CST. For this segment, we have very special guest James D'Amato, best-selling author, with a surprise playtest game for us. So take it away, James.
Well, hello, heroes, and also thank you for that best-selling author. That there's an asterisk there. Best-selling according to whom? You know, if I make the list and I'm the only one considered, yeah, definitely best-selling. Also worst-selling in that scenario. But we're actually not here to talk about my books. We're here to do something, first of all, really exciting. That thing is I'm going to be play testing a game that I have been messing around with that I was like, I'll get around to finishing a play testable version of this game at some point. And the wonderful folks at Clever Corvids decided to put together this amazing stream, which means I had an excuse to finish this game. Or finish the playtestable version of this game. So before we jump into the game, I want to real quick go down and meet some of our wonderful players. The first one is a dear friend of mine. That's Sharang Biswas. Sharang, welcome to the stream and also One Shot, as we're recording this for One Shot as well.
Yeah, you've played my games before, but never with me on One Shot.
I know!
That's exciting.
It's so exciting to I actually don't think I have played a game with you, Sharang. Like
that is, we've chatted at conventions a fair amount, but never played. Yeah.
So for those who don't know, Sharang is a designer, freelancer, and author too. Like has a lot of like really cool creative talents. Sharang, is there anything that you would like to plug before we, dive into the game, just so folks can be familiar with your work? What's the thing you're excited about?
All my Kickstarters are done right now. Always check out Honey and Hot Wax, published by Pelgrane Press, an anthology of erotic art games, part of whose proceeds always go to the effing Foundation for Sex Positivity, which does education work about sex positivity. So check out if you want an unusual collection of artsy games about sexuality. Always check that out. Published by Pelgrane Press.
Hell yeah. And the next person up is somebody who I have not played with before. And actually, I'm meeting for the first time. That's Blue. Blue.
Hi. Excuse me, I just finished eating. Hi, my name is Blue. I run my own TikTok account. That's about as far as I go with that. I am a writer. I am a writer. I have written about 2 novels so far. So that's what I do. That's part of my big thing. Writer, actor,
do you work in?
General thespian. I write in different areas of romance. So my first book was in urban fantasy romance. And the current book that I'm working on is sci-fi romance. So I'm very excited about that. And it should be finished by the end of this year. So I'm very excited. It is
awesome. That's so exciting. I'm very excited to have, I guess, 2 romance authors playing with me on this particular game. This is going to be interesting. That's really cool. Thank you so much for joining us, Blue. Next, we got to move on to Josie. Josie is the organizer of the stream. So, everybody who's out there watching in the stream goes, I am familiar with this person. I have been watching this person for the past many, many hours. But on One Shot, Josie, this is your first time on One Shot, and welcome to the show.
It is, and thank you for having me. I wasn't expecting it to go that far when we were first putting the stream together, but I am honored to be here.
You know, sometimes all it takes is saying, yeah, I'll be in that game. And I go, well, this person is organizing the event. Can't say no to this person. So that's that. Josie, for one shot listeners who might not be familiar with your work, where can they find you and what do you do?
Hi, I'm Josie. I use she and it pronouns. I am part of the Clever Corvids network, which is presenting this game. You can find us at clevercorvids.net or on Twitter at clever_corvids. Our premier podcast right now is The City That Never Dies, a Roaring Twenties inspired Blades in the Dark game. That is sort of a pseudo sequel to our original podcast, The Magpies. And as of this Tuesday, we have a new podcast going live, run by me and starring Chris and Fabi, who people have been watching the stream have seen on this stream, called Demon, Love, and Hellfire. So if you want a show about gay little demons navigating their reincarnated emotions while dealing with whatever the hell Miami, Florida is, then you'll like this
So real
podcast.
slice of life sort of thing.
Sort of. There is
Miami,
an overarching
Florida
plot, but
doesn't
I'm really here for the character drama, and all of the players have really leaned into that.
Rad.
I'm
that's
also
so
just
cool.
really gay on Twitter all the time, and I guess doing live streams like these is kind of my new thing. But I am surprisingly not a romance author.
We do
It's
love
okay.
being gay on
really
Twitter.
gay on Twitter is the other great qualifier for this game. I think you're going to
Yes.
balance out the energy extremely well. I am so thrilled to be playing this game with all of you. The working title for this game is FMK, and it is called that because the original sort of like design principle behind this game is, can I make a fun RPG where the stats are fuck, marry, and kill? And it turns out you can do that, but also make it slightly more complicated than that. So when we talked about this already, we sort of talked about like the classes that are in this game that everybody will play. We are going to go through and build characters really quickly. So I would actually, Josie, since we ended with you, I would like to start with you.
Sure.
And let's build your character. You're going to be our Necro, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the first thing we're going to choose about our Necro, and for the purposes of this game world, you should feel very empowered. Everybody playing should feel very empowered to just make up whatever you think things should be for your characters. That will reflect on the world and be tied to it as we play the game. The first choice that I need you to make is your character's age, and your choices are ancient, timeless, and crumbling.
I think I'm going to go with
I'm gonna go with
Crumbling.
timeless.
Oh, no, this is just for Josie. There will be different choices for Blue.
Oh,
Yeah.
Ooh.
okay.
Yeah. Josie, once more, I missed that.
I
Sorry.
went with Crumbling.
Crumbling. Classic choice for a Necro. Okay. Now, for your aesthetics, I need first for you to choose between umbral, velvet, gilded, crystal, silk, iron cast, winter, and obsidian.
Huh. I kind of want to go with Velvet.
Velvet.
Really love
Okay.
the look of dark
Okay.
velvet.
And for your second aesthetic marker, choose between bone, flesh, tooth, rot, blood, finger, and eye.
What was the first option?
Bone.
I'm gonna go with. I think velvet pairs with flesh pretty well, don't you think? I'm gonna go with flesh.
Velvet flesh. Beautiful. Beautiful. I like that very, very much. A velvet flesh necromancer that is crumbling is already so very compelling. And now we create your character's gender. And to do that, I need you to name something that is fragile or fleeting.
Satisfaction.
Ooh, okay. And now name something ruthless.
Something ruthless.
Yeah.
Part of me just wants to say time, but that seems a little cliche. But I am crumbling, so let's go with time.
Oh my God. So now we combine those two things and that becomes your necro's gender. So the halfway point between satisfaction and time is like kind of where you live poetically on the gender spectrum.
Awesome.
That's fascinating to me.
Love that.
I mean, especially because you are crumbling. Like physical form, like probably doesn't play heavily into your whole steez. So that makes a lot of sense.
I've probably been at this for a while and probably have to look really hard to get satisfaction out of life, unlife, whatever the hell I am. But it's kind of what I'm about.
All right. Well, now that we have
I dig
that,
it.
it's time to go through your 3 stats. And unlike the other players, your 3 stats are going to be based around the 3 words reduce, reuse, and recycle, because obviously there's a thematic connection to necromancy there. So what I need you to do to start out is hold up 5 fingers for me. And for each statement that is true, I need you to put down a finger.
Okay.
Your necromancer has never gorged on power. Your necromancer has never allowed an insult to go unanswered. Your necromancer has never discarded something before it was broken or empty. Your necromancer has never brought death before pain. Your necromancer has
Can
never
we slow down just a
exerted.
tad? I need to process some of the negatives in these
yes.
sentences. The last
Your
one
necromancer
was
has never brought death before pain was the one that I just named.
brought death before pain. No, that finger's staying up.
Your necromancer has never exerted yourself to the point of collapse.
Staying up.
All right. And for each finger that remains, you gain 1 point of reduce.
Okay. So 3 reduce.
And you have what reduce does listed on your character sheet, but for the audience's benefit, for the remainder of the game, this character will need to roll under reduce to weaken something or someone, use fewer materials to achieve the same goal, staunch a flow, take a life, lessen pain or suffering, and they will need to, well, I guess we don't know the character's pronouns yet, but this character will need to roll over reduce to make someone or something stronger, to consume a great amount of material, to unleash a flow of power, to heal a wound, or to inflict suffering. We will now move on to reuse. And once again, you will hold up 5 fingers, and I will endeavor to leave more time to answer these questions.
Sorry.
And if you need to talk them through, either aloud or with the group, please feel free. This is put a finger down for each statement that is true. Your necromancer has never left fallow what could be reseeded.
What does that mean?
So when a field is fallow, that means like it can't really grow anything. It is empty, in a sense. And that is basically, I've never left something that was barren that could be kind of rebuilt.
Oh,
or
reseeded as in sowing seeds. I thought you meant
Yes.
reseeded like take
Oh,
that.
like drawing back.
Yeah.
Aha, I see the confusion now. Homophones.
In that case, the finger goes down.
All right. Given to sentiment, your necro has never given to sentiment over practicality.
Staying up.
Your necro has never refused something imperfect. All right. Your necro has never denied redemption.
Has never denied redemption.
Yes. So if you have denied redemption, it would stay up.
Then it's gonna stay
and
up, I
If you
think.
have never denied redemption, it would go down.
Let's get edgy.
And finally, your necro has never fallen to despair over loss.
I think it's going to stay up for that one too.
Okay. For each finger that remains, you will gain a point of reuse.
3.
And this character will roll under reuse to make dead things move, to repair something deeply broken, to create a new use for something discarded, to forgive a misdeed, to make use of old knowledge, and roll over reuse to move, to make a moving thing still, to destroy something that is functioning perfectly, to make something useless to someone, to condemn a soul, to invent new knowledge. And finally, we come, of course, to recycle. Once again, hold up 5 fingers. Put a finger down for each statement that is true. Your necro has never rejected someone as irredeemably foul. Next is your necro has never preserved a thing from rot. Your necro has never retained power after its need was met.
Never retained power after. Nope, staying up.
Your necro has never hoarded what could be given.
Staying up again.
Your necro has never left a fallen friend or foe without looting the corpse.
Going down.
All right. So this is for each finger that remains, you gain a point of reuse.
3.
You will have to roll under reuse to extract useful things from remains, to pass on wisdom, information, or instructions, to pave way for life from death, to invite the forces of rot, to transform a broken thing, and you'll have to roll over recycle to preserve something from decay, to lock something into death, to lock information into secrecy, to seal life away from taking root, to preserve a wound in a state of fracture.
Nasty.
It's so interesting that this character, I think, has a higher recycle. So now that we have your stats, the last things that we need to do are really detail your look. Every necro will have a mask, a minion, and a curse that will really kind of round out how the character works in your mind, because all of the stats are going to be just all of the roles in this game are going to just move off of the stats. But of course, what that means heavily depends on how you want it to look. So your mask is something that will be a full or partial face covering, or something that alters your features. It should conceal your humanity or perhaps your inhumanity. They can be made of any material, and they can be, as like transparent or opaque as you like. So for this, I need to know, actually, before we define your mask, what is your highest stat?
They're all 3.
Are all 3? Oh, so you can do this in any order. So actually tell me, would you like to define your mask, your curse, or your minion first? What's the most important to you?
Let's do mask because that's what I have an idea for.
Yeah. All right. So I just need you to choose from a list of a lot. I guess this is going to be a lot of different descriptors because this is the most important item. You can choose from your high priority. It can be jeweled, glowing, formless, living, traditional, carved, cast, wrapping, fractured, patched, fetid, or delicate.
I'm going to go with wrapped.
So, okay, wrapped, wrapping, and you can do one more in there. You get 2.
Wrapping and you put living on there. I don't think I can just let that slide. I think it needs to be wrapped in living.
Yes.
Grim.
I love this. Okay. the question now that we know that this mask is wrapped and living, what parts of you does it conceal?
I think it's kind of like a full body wrapping underneath my clothes. Since I'm crumbling, I think it like keeps me in.
Ooh, okay, okay. Oh, yeah, I like the idea that without this mask, literally whatever essence is you will just spill out into the ether. That's very cool. What rare bit of remains is incorporated into its design?
Well, it's living.
Yeah. So is this the flesh of like some important creature, or like, you know, a thing that can only like you can only do this particular mask or wrapping with this creature or something like that?
This is just a random idea that's coming to my head and I'm not sure how to express it, but the skin of a god snake? Like I'm almost thinking like Jormungandr or something. Like it sheds and that's what I've wrapped around me and it's still kind of alive.
Yeah, yeah. I think kind of what you had to do is like I like the idea of this god snake, yeah, having to shed and there being a very critical time in that shedding process where you can kind of jump in there and when it is about to transition from living material to dead material, lock it into life and then use that to weave this like flesh wrap for yourself that keeps you alive and allows you to not spill out all of your necromantic juices and waste away. Wonderful.
Gotta keep all my juices in. Also, sorry if this is unexpectedly gross to the call or the stream, but
Yeah,
you're giving me
so
options.
we will point out that, especially the necro stuff, there's a chance there's going to be some body horror, some light body horror in this, and that's fine.
I can totally imagine that you have to renew that skin wrap every like few thousand years.
Yeah.
Because you keep like crumbling. So you have to find different god snakes or the same one again and again to like take its skin each time.
Just like sneaking up to the world snake, just like, hey, let me just take this shed here. Yeah, I'm just gonna take this. Okay, bye-bye.
Yeah,
I
I
like
mean,
the
don't we
idea
all
of,
need
like,
to
having
replace
to
our
raise
skin
or-
periodically? Don't we do that every 7 years? I'm just drawing it out.
Yeah, I like you have to like raise or tend world snakes in order to get their skins, which also means in a way that you're like kind of tending the apocalypse. Like an apocalypse will come and it will be because of this need. As long as you continue living, this threat grows only more towards the world, which is delight.
And that kind of factors into my
Delightful.
gender too. I feel like on the edge of apocalypse like that is the midpoint between satisfaction and time.
Yeah, it absolutely
my God.
is. Oh my God, I love that.
James, you designed a good game.
The last question that I have for you is one person has seen you without your mask. Who is that? And you can hold this off until we introduce other characters if you want it to be a PC.
Yeah,
or you can
I
make
want to
up
hold
a
that
gun.
off just in case.
Cool. We will come back to that. Everybody in chat, just remember that we have that thread dangling in the air so that we can come back to it. So now between having a minion and a curse, which is most important to you?
I mean, if I'm tending god snakes, I think minions are kind of my deal.
You're probably going to need that. So once again, you're going to be able to choose 2 descriptors from the list of terms that I'm going to throw out there for you. And your options are crafty, stealthy, hardy, harrowing, repulsive, gaunt, parasitic, and mindless.
What does harrowing mean in this context?
So like this is where we can get really kind of abstract, and a lot of the terms that I have thrown in there for these lists of things are a little abstract. Harrowing in this context could mean that like this could be like a terror that was unleashed against you that you have like ensorcelled to like follow you in some way. This could just be like congealed distress and suffering that you have turned into a being. Like there are a lot of options.
In that case, I think I'm going to go with hardy and harrowing.
Oh yeah.
Because
yeah.
I mean, it's got to be a huge fuck off snake, right? Like it's got to be
yes.
that. So it's a huge hardy
God.
snake, and it's harrowing because you can kind of just see the apocalypse in its eyes, and it took me like 1,000 years to raise it or something like that from its egg.
So this is your world snake that you occasionally harvest to create more wrappings for yourself.
Yeah.
Fucking radical. And this first question is really interesting. How does your minion depend on you to live or move? Is it simply that you feed it?
Yeah, I think it feeds on something unusual.
I mean, it's a world snake. It's a snake that grows to devour the world. So,
Yeah.
like, what do you feed that to make it grow?
So you're crumbling, right? So I think it'd be really unusual if it holds you together with its skin, but it also needs you to fall apart because it eats the parts of you that crumble off of you.
Yeah, like either my magic or
Oh.
yeah, I shed that and it eats it. If anything,
Oh,
that kind of
weird.
makes me
Like-
want to change one of the descriptors to parasitic, right? Or no, that's
Yeah,
it's
You don't
a
need to
symbiotic
change. You don't need to
relationship.
change anything for that. This is what we've stumbled onto.
We just know.
You're actually the first person to power game this particular game and eke out a third descriptor there, which good for you.
I
You've
didn't even
outfoxed
do it
me.
intentionally this time.
Yeah. Oh God, there's something so deeply unsettling about like occasionally having to nurse a world snake. God, just too horrible. Okay. The next question is, what feature makes your minion grotesque or horrifying? What feature makes them dear or alluring?
I mean, I think grotesque is just sheer size and coloration. Like, I think it's like this huge thing that I shouldn't be able to carry, but I do, that's like wrapped around my shoulders, and it's like black and purple or something. But
Cool.
I think the alluring is seeing, as I said before, the apocalypse in its eyes, right? It's like, what does that mean? What's in there? I gotta know.
That's so interesting that's the alluring part.
Yeah.
Like that draws people in. That reveals something like incredibly nihilistic about like the people in this setting, that they're drawn towards the death of all things.
I mean, if you look into its eyes and you see your like everyone wants to know how they're gonna die, right? In some way. Well, not everyone, but people want to know that. So I can imagine that being super alluring.
Yeah. There's like the intense curiosity that just pulls people in, even if it's horrible and even if they're afraid of it. Great. And I mean, this question is probably kind of already answered by what you've established, but what capability does your minion have that you would be lost without?
Yeah, that's kind of already been dealt with, but like, I'm crumbling. I'm not like super in this world anymore, but I think it's just sheer physicality and power and size. I rely on that to do like my fighting.
Ability tool. It's keeping you bound to creation. Aw. Yeah. And really, I want everybody after this game to go write their representatives that the state should be providing world snake exoskeletons to our crumbling necromantic population. It's just what our tax dollars should be spent on.
That's what the next live stream is going to be for.
Great. Well, that leaves our last feature for your character being defining your curse. Every necro carries a unique curse. It's a price that you pay to carry your power. These curses can manifest in obvious marks or features upon a necro's body. A curse can be something that afflicts and aggrieves a necro, a useful tool to unleash against foes, and even a parasitic mantle that aids in seeking power. Your curse depends on your traditions and what powers you sought when you became a necro. Because this is your lowest priority thing, you only have 4 things to choose between. And your words are enervating, corrupting, damned, and malignant.
I'm going to go with enervating and damned.
Enervating and damned. Excellent.
'Cause I'm kind of leaning on my crumbling nature for this, so I think it's got to be
Yeah.
enervating at least.
I love it. I truly, truly love it. Where did you acquire your curse?
I think what was kind of going through my head when I was answering the stat questions is this is someone who doesn't let things go. They want it all, right? So
Yeah.
I think it was but they're also fixated on the god snakes and the apocalypse. So this says to me there's someone who lost very badly and was like, never again, right?
Yeah, there's something like kind of very tragic and poetic that they want to hold kind of in many ways the living embodiment of loss very close to themselves. Like they don't want to let go of the things they lose. They want to hold on to the process of losing.
Here's an idea. I was thinking just, trying to resurrect the dead, but I think they tried to physically enter the afterlife beyond the means of mortals and like create a portal, right? But that barrier is forbidden, so they just got like turned into smoke caught between.
Yeah. I kind of love that like you physically just cross over, and what that does to you physically is like once you go back to the world of the living, you might still have a body, but like your spirit can't really stick to it. The body can't hold. You carry death inside you. So you had to be like, well, I guess I have a new disability, and what I need to do is seek out a world snake.
Yeah.
Is that why you're crumbling?
Yes, exactly.
That feels so. I mean, the next question may already be answered, and that is, where does it manifest on your being?
I mean, when you can see any part of me, I think I'm like I think I'm like super kind of a dark gray, like I've been burnt to ash, but the ash is still kind of in shape.
Oh yeah, that like super kind of wispy version of ash that like if you touch it, it like just falls to powder, but still holds the shape of whatever it was. Ooh, nasty, and I love it.
You're
That's
talking like
very
a sand castle that was wet when it was built, and now it's dry.
Yes,
And
I'm,
it just,
I'm
requires
a walking evil sound castle.
With
Yeah,
a snake wrapped around your neck.
where it was an evil sand castle.
Yes, evil sand castles. Gotta
Isn't
watch
there
out for those.
I'm sure there's a Pokemon that's an evil sandcastle.
There's
right?
a ghost type
Has to
Pokemon
be.
that is a
There's
possessed
definitely this
sandcastle.
Oh, really? There
Yes.
is? Oh, okay, great.
Drags people under the water.
That's a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't play Pokemon enough to know this, so you can't play with me here. I don't know.
I just assume possessed insert object is a Pokemon because that tends to be the case.
There's one that's just a possessed
God.
set of keys.
No.
All right, so now the final things are the final question for this is why should others fear your curse, and when do you fear it?
Others fear my curse because it means there's places man was just not meant to go, but I don't respect that.
Oh yeah. Oh, I love that.
I fear it. I think it makes
And you
me
don't
think
need to-
about what else I could lose.
Well,
And-
the question is when you fear it, which is important. It's like this isn't the rational explanation of
Right.
why you should fear it. It's like when you allow yourself to be affected by the fact that you carry this curse.
So the question is, when do I allow it?
Yeah, like what moments do you fear this curse? Or does the fear of this curse that sort of latently exists become sharp and unignorable?
I think it's when I look into my own snake's eyes.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Oof. Oof, I love that. The last things are defining a tradition and blight. And tradition is like specifically what is the name of the type of necromancy that you practice. And blight could be an attack, a ritual, a whatever. To create these, I'm going to ask you some questions that are just going to create words.
Okay.
And then you will put those words together however you like to name the tradition and name the blight.
Okay.
And the first question is, what is dark or cold?
Stone.
What is an essential part of the body?
Heart.
What is a compelling word for broken or ruined?
Splintered.
What sort of movement unsettles you?
Spider legs.
Ooh, all right. So we've got spider leg, stone, heart, and splintered. And between those, like you can figure out what kind of necromancy you practice and what sort of like thing you can do that would be called a blight. And after that, we just need you to name the character. And this person is done.
So, combining those words, I feel like my necromancy is kind of like flesh crafting or flesh stitching. It's not just like animating things, it's combining things in new shapes. Like, because then it's like writhing but also broken.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I think like flesh crafting.
Flesh crafting. Ooh, yeah, cool. Cool. I love it.
And then something I can do that could be considered a blight.
Mm-hmm.
I think I can make new things that are self-sustaining. Like I take like bits of animals together, put them together, and it doesn't need to be under my control. I can just let that go.
Oh, like the worst kind of taxidermy imaginable.
Yeah.
Cool.
Oh God, that's terrifying.
Taxidermy is a pretty, like, it's a low place to start. When taxidermy's square one and you decide I'm going to go lower than that, the results are not going to be wonderful. And
Animal alchemy.
So yeah, if you have a name for this character, we'll be good to go. Name and pronouns, I guess, are the other important thing.
The first name that comes to mind is Ashes. Very on the nose, but
We love to
Very
be
on the nose.
I can totally imagine people like, what did you see? What did she look like? And they're like, what did they look like? And they're like, oh, all I saw was ashes.
Mhm.
That becomes your name, right? Because people call you Ashes.
They're trying to be serious and tell them that they saw ashes and it's a terrifying thing, but everybody just thinks it's dirt. It's fine.
you know what? Because you said it like that, and I like the sound of it, like me, it will use it pronouns.
Love
I
it.
love that.
Ashes, it's.
All right. And hey, that'll be a perfect opportunity for me to practice using it pronouns. Great. All right. So, literally next up in my rules document is trooper. So I think we're going to define our trooper next. Wrong. First question is age, and you get to choose between fresh-faced, virtuoso, and silver.
I'm gonna pick silver.
All right. Yeah. When I wrote down silver, I was like, a lot of people are going to pick silver,
Yeah,
which is
You
good.
make a compelling word like silver, James.
So you get to choose two for your aesthetic here between all of these. I'm still kind of working on aesthetic factors for the trooper. They are flame, razor, liquid, necro, lunar, forest, night, soul, glitter, ice, void, spirit, rock, jazz, metal, folk, country, rhythm, blues, funk, pop, step, trance, ska, dance hall, marching, operatic, swing, and mod.
I can pick two.
You get two.
Okay, I'm gonna pick spirit and trance. Trance is I'm interpreting trance as in the style of music, not the like I'm gonna meditate.
So a spirit trance trooper, which already, fuck yeah.
It's like you're listening to trance music, but it's very spirit like.
I mean, it like that could be like a whole magic thing. It could be like, oh yeah, the way we play this trance music is like touching parts of spirits, and it distorts the air and creates sound.
It's all about the EDM, yeah. But instead of the E is like spiritual
ethereal distortion.
Yeah. There we go.
Okay. So next we're defining gender here, and first I need you to name something dazzling or delicate.
Something that's delicate is attraction.
Attraction. Ooh, I like that very much. Now name something graceful or mercurial.
Something graceful or mercurial. Something mercurial is pleasure. Not too similar to attraction. Something graceful is I'm thinking of this about something graceful is a scalpel.
A scalpel. Oh my goodness. Your gender is the halfway point between a scalpel and attraction. Ooh.
Some people are
you're very popular in certain
Yes?
communities.
Yay.
Okay. Great. So now, Sharang, I am delighted to tell you that the three stats that you will be defining for this trooper are live, laugh, and love, baby.
Yes. Love it.
So I'm going to need you to hold up 5 fingers. And you are going to put down a finger for every statement that is true.
Okay. Which means if I have never done the thing, I put down.
If you've never done the thing, you put a finger down. Your trooper has never went a day without a meal.
Oh.
Your trooper has never avoided a dangerous fight. Your trooper has never played a broken instrument. Your trooper has never had to check a drink for poison.
Never had to check. Yeah.
Your trooper has never tried something alien and possibly dangerous. All right, so for each finger that remains is a point of live.
2 points of live.
Yes, so 2 live. You roll under live to have learned a strange fact, to make do without something necessary, to disable a deadly device, to be careful or quiet, play a sad song. You will roll overlive to resist a temptation, beg for something essential, follow laws to your detriment, be forceful or demanding, sing a song that exposes your tender heart.
Yay, tender trance music.
Hmm?
I'm good at tender trance music.
I love it. Next up is laugh. So I guess I'll read a little bit of the description. Laugh is about irreverence and facing danger with casual grace and finding familiar ground with strangers. So once again, you'll hold up 5 fingers. This one is slightly different because I found in a lot of the character creation playtesting before this that people got confused by the never have I ever thing. So this is, you will put a finger down if your rover has.
Okay.
Put a finger down if you have directly insulted someone powerful. Put a finger down if you have shared a bed with an enemy. Put a finger. I love the face that you made for that. Put a finger down if you helped sworn foes break bread together. Put a finger down if you've pushed feelings aside to serve a show. Put a finger down if you have disappointed someone by being flippant. All right. For each finger you put down, you gain a point in laugh.
I have 4 points of laugh.
All right. You'll roll under laugh to ease someone's shattered nerves, to make a good first impression, to perform a daring stunt, to make sport of an inferior foe, and to play a bawdy tune. You roll over laugh to explain a serious danger, be taken seriously by authority, think more than one step ahead, engage in a serious duel, and play a virtuosic ballad. And for the final stat, we come to love. Love is about connection, living with authenticity, and communicating with sincerity. Hold up 5 fingers. Put a finger down if your trooper has allowed themselves to be hurt by being vulnerable. Carried a torch for something that is almost certainly lost. Resisted change that they don't believe in. Brought someone to tears through art. And is the first person someone has ever trusted. All right. So for each finger you put down, you have 1 point in love.
I have 3 points of love.
Hell yeah. You roll under love to remind someone of who they are, to solidify bonds to be unbreakable, to make life-changing love, to embrace wounds into being whole, to play a song that changes a heart. And you roll over love to tell an irresistible lie, to hide your most vulnerable self, to not get attached, to not be swayed by a passioned plea, to fake something in a way that will hurt. So we now come to your look. There are 3 elements to look. There is your instrument, your cape, and your flare. And my first question to you is, what is your highest stat?
I didn't note these down. That was 1, that was 2, and that was 3. So my highest stat was actually love. No, sorry, it was 1, 4.
Yeah, the 4 was in the middle. That was
it was 4.
That was
so
laugh.
That means it was 2, 4, and 3, not 1, 4, and 3, because that was the 1 was the 4. Okay, so 4 is my laugh then. Yeah.
Laugh. So the first thing that we're going to be defining is your flare. And good news, everyone. There's no solid definition for flare beyond something that is wholly unique and conveys much of a trooper's personality. No true troopers have a flair that is alike. For some, it is as simple as an article of clothing or physical feature. On others, it's more abstract, like a gimmick or a secret technique. It can even be something absurd, like an animal or a puppet. The most important thing for flair to do is express something about the trooper who bears it. So you're going to choose 2 descriptors from the following quite long list to create a flair for yourself. And your options are spiritual, elegant, glamorous, subtle, captivating, living, powerful, endearing, inconsistent, amusing, destructive, and showy.
I'm gonna say endearing and destructive.
Oh, love this very much.
Yeah.
Okay. So how would someone experience your flair, whatever it is?
Yeah. So my flair is unique to whoever is beholding it. So whoever is like when I'm performing, whoever is beholding me in with any of their senses, so I behold, not just see, perceives one of their childhood playthings as a giant monstrous demon version of it, dancing with me.
Hell
When I perform, I'm always dancing. And it's always with like whoever's watching it, I'm dancing with a monstrous version of one of their favorite childhood like toys.
Well,
I love
guess
that, like, yeah, your performance just causes hallucinations and it's unique.
It's spiritual and trance-like.
Yeah.
And I guess me and Blue need to answer the question of what childhood plaything would we see as a scary monster?
Beautiful. God, wow, that's very cool. Why can only you truly command your flair?
Because my flair was branded into me by a demon prince.
I love that. I truly love that. And what audience loves your flair and what audience despises it?
So we're gonna go with the demon princes, right? So I was turned into a performer for the 13 layers of hell. So the rulers of the 13 layers of hell love my performance. The prisoners of the 13 layers of hell do not like my flair. Yeah.
Wow. I guess the follow-up question that I have to that
quickly.
wonderful detail, Sharang, is...
sorry, I can't hear you. One sec, I'm going to disconnect my mic. Say that again?
So the question that I have
Nope, that did
for
not
that
work.
wonderful
Give me
detail
one
is,
sec
are
to
you
adjust
alive or dead?
That's the problem. Okay, I can hear you. I can hear you
Double
now.
check your Audacity file because disconnecting your mic often causes it to stop.
Oh, was lost at labeled location. Okay, so I'm gonna stop and save this, yeah? Save.
Forgive us, stream. We just have a...
Sorry about that. Export as MP3. Oh no, I can't export MP3. I have to export as a WAV file, right? Sorry, everyone. I got excited and pulled on the cable from my mic.
It happens to the best of us, you know?
Wait, where am I? I'll just save it on my desktop so I don't forget. Okay, so this is going to be called James 1. Great. Okay, and I'm going to... Okay, it's exporting. It will take a few seconds. Not too long. It's really going quickly. Okay. So I'm going to do a new one now.
Let's do, while Sharang is doing this, let's have a real quick check-in with our fundraising goals. We are just about $300 away from 3,000.
Yeah,
that's
about
incredible.
Yeah, I think we can get there by the end of this, don't you?
Yeah, I truly do. I love our commitment to 69. just as sort of an idealistic thing. The thing that I like to say to myself, especially when we're in a fundraising thing, and 69 becomes an important number to us, is that moving to 70 from 69 is the first step towards 420. So, it is okay to be the person who bids farewell to 69 because we must move forward. This is for reproductive rights. This is for bodily autonomy. So do not feel shy about throwing in another donation there because this is a good cause, an important cause. And we don't need to trap ourselves with a funny sex number because we can be liberated towards $3,000 US.
I think I just gained a step of enlightenment there.
Nice.
And my Audacity is now working and functional.
Okay, I will be right back. I have to grab something, but I am still listening.
Let's hit a bio break. Let's hit a quick bio break, everyone.
Yeah, we have been at this for an hour.
Thank you.
This little adventure that we're gonna do is gonna have to just breeze by. It's gonna go so quick.
It'll be amazing.
I don't know. The character creation is fun enough. I'm loving this.
The character creation is a fun journey. That is the thing that I appreciated about it. In the previous playtests of it, I was like, oh yeah, I want to play this game. We'll do the character creation. We ran through the character creation. And everybody's like, well, that was a delightful full meal. And I'm like, yeah, it was. Probably in the final version of the game, what I will have to do is make character creation and world creation kind of its own session 0. And I usually prefer to have games where, you can kind of lightning quick, go through character creation and then jump into play. But it just feels like you're not leaving room for a lot of play with this game. So I don't know. I'll have to figure out a way that people can be like, oh, I haven't used all of my creative energy on character creation and do actually still feel like jumping in and playing the game.
Yeah. Although with something this evocative, it seems very well suited to creating characters that can be played for a while because we've already got so many layers of stuff here that you could just play several months of sessions with characters like this and get a pretty fulfilling story.
Yeah. I wanted everybody to, with character creation, have a hyper individualistic character that really it's impossible for any two to feel alike. So even if there are two of the same character class in a game session, it should be okay because they'll be so different from one another. But I haven't put that to the test yet. Again, this is the first time that we're really probably going to enter into some dice rolling with this game. So we'll see.
Sorry about my sound stuff, you guys.
That's all right. I am leaning on our dear friend Craig recording this because at this point, some of the sound is going to be desynced on our Audacity. So, Craig is my hero right now. Craig, I believe, and if not, I will simply rip this video off of YouTube and extract MP3 from that, and I will leave it to our poor and dear friend Tracy Barnett to figure out how to make it sound good enough for air.
Sorry,
great,
Tracy.
Well, yes, sorry, Tracy, and we love you. Okay.
Tess is asking if we want to prep for maybe going over a little bit. I don't know if you have a hard cutoff.
I don't have any hard cutoffs. I don't want to trap anyone in my game. I will
can go over a little bit. It will be 11 p.m. at my time, though. So I wouldn't want to go too much because it is Sunday night.
So a smidge, but not much.
The promise that I will make here is that it will guide us to a satisfying cliffhanger if we can't finish out play.
Gotcha.
So we'll figure it out. I love these beasts of ours. So let's continue here. So yeah, the question that I had for you, Sharang, before is your person a living being that has never died, or were you a soul that was condemned to the 13 hells? How'd you come by?
I think I think my character was there were a couple of souls that after millennia of suffering, they become kind of useless. So one of the demon princes had a clever idea of, oh, let me take some of these souls and stew them together and then bake them and then make like a gingerbread man sort of thing out of it, an analogy. And I was cooked into being out of the spent souls of the tortured damned. Yeah.
Wild. Oh, that's weird. Yeah, and of course, the result of a bunch of souls that have been tortured for a millennia being mushed together into a dough and then baked into a person would be some kind of trance DJ. Yeah, that makes sense. That's like the thing that's made the most sense, I think, in the whole session thus far.
And I'm deciding, I know that the Necro has a cool mask, but I'm now picturing like Deadmau5. So I think my character has this, like Deadmau5 or like Daft Punk, they always wear this big like helmet thing that's like, I don't know, a gargoyle head that's oversized.
I feel like that ties into your flair. That might even be the locus of your
flair.
Oh,
yeah. So maybe that head exactly changes depending on who's watching me.
Yes! Oh, gosh! Yes! Yeah. Ooh, that's very cool, and I love it very much. All right, folks. We're cooking with gas now. The next question that I have for you is, what is your next highest stat after?
Okay. 4? So 4 was my laugh. 3 is my love.
All right. So for love, we have your instrument. An instrument is how a trooper engages with their art. This allows them to access magical power, or art so affecting that it might as well be magical power. And as your second priority, the keywords that you can choose for this are haunted, ancient, portable, camouflaged, mercurial, battered, temperamental, and durable.
I'm gonna say portable and mercurial.
Portable and mercurial. This is interesting. And the next question is quite simple. What kind of instrument is it?
Yeah, so portable and mercurial. Okay, so I have I wear a bandolier of like, imagine like little vials or like nail polish bottles, because I have to like dip my fingers in them, and then I get it's made of like it's made of the hopes and positive dreams of soul that have been wrung out of years and years in hell, right? And so the liquid on once I apply them to my fingers, like a theremin, when I move my fingers, the liquid on my this nail polish thing, movement of that through the air creates the like trance music.
What an incredible goddamn show. Holy cow.
That's why I play dance space, because I move. So I was inspired because I watched the sign language Oscar-winning movie recently, where there's like a lot of signing, and like sign poetry is its own specific thing. So when I thought of mercurial and portable, I'm like, wait, that image from the movie came. So I'm like, you're like literally signing music, but it's also audible as like trance music.
We may have already answered this, but I will ask, what makes it priceless?
Oh yeah, because it's made of the hopes and dreams that are right. It's not. I mean, it takes a long if we're talking about like Pandora, right? Human hope lasts a long time, right? So to wring it out of a soul is very, very difficult and slow, and so it's very which also means every time I perform, I use up some of it, which means I don't perform very often all the time with the instrument because it's rare and expensive, and the demon princes demand it sometimes. So
I kind of like that it's not that this isn't just hope, right? This is like the last dregs of hope from damned souls. So I think like regular human hope isn't like substantial enough to stick to your fingertips.
It
Really
doesn't stick, and like the timbre of it isn't pleasing at all. Like, no, you need the special remnant hope.
And I like that before like they invented like this sort of like the spirit trance tradition, this like they just had, you know, kegs of this stuff like around. They're like, I don't know what to do with this hope. It's gross. Like normally it just kind of disperses, but this is thick and we got to figure out what to do with this because it's really taking up a lot of space down here.
Yeah, I'm gonna say the demon that created me, it was like a triad of demons, like these three like lover demons, and one of them baked me, one of them came up with the like music, the instrument, using all the stuff, and then one of them branded my flair onto me.
God, rules, absolutely rules. The last, and so we probably kind of already, well, maybe we didn't answer this question, and that is, what incredible thing is it capable of?
So it is music that comes from the last hopes of people, which means it can, which is weird if you think of it, like my role is to like entertain the demon prince and stuff, but something I can do with the instrument is I can use the hope to actually inflame the positive emotions of mortal kind. Which the demons don't make me do much, right? They're like, no, play the scary stuff more. But because it's made of this hope, I can use it to make mortal kind feel positive emotions if I want to.
Yeah, the more that I think about this, the more I realize that there must be some hopes that are more common than others. Like probably the most like common color or whatever for the nail polish is like, I hope my eternity of torment will be done soon. Like, you know, that kind of like, yeah, we've got tons of red. Red is that hope. But like there are these like weird little ones that like sparkle and whatnot. They are other hopes.
The rarest ones are the people who believe that they actually need to be damned. And so their hopes they're like, no, I deserve this, right? To be punished. And so their hopes are very different. But that's very rare because few people think of themselves as evil, right? So those are the most sought after in whatever musical color things. Yeah.
Those are like the rare colors like, oh, I gotta have a really killer set tonight. Because so-and-so Demon Prince is watching, or I'm in a real bind and only this hope is going to get me out of it.
Yep.
Very cool. Okay. So moving on from instrument, the final one we have is a cape. Oh, yes.
I probably should have done this during the bio break, but I just want to shout out some sizable donations really quick.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Because I was not paying attention while we were making my character. First, we have $150 from Nick and Cameron Robertson. They say thank you and huge thanks for all the time and effort and supporting the fund down here in Texas. And then we have one from Dana Lexa, who was on the interstitial stream earlier with $50.31. Comment, gotta break the funny number. So Dana has turned heel as well. And then we have $100 from the Agents of Damned podcast, who ran the D&D stream earlier. And they're apparently loving all this damnation talk and character creation. So thank you. And then shout out to Kat, who only donated $20.80, but is the self-described heel of this stream and doesn't want us to have funny numbers in our money totals. So she just says no. So she has donated that amount to break the 69.
I love it.
Thank you for donating to such an important cause, folks.
Yeah. Also, Blue, you seem to have disconnected again. Can you hear us?
Blue appears to be muted.
Yes, Blue, you are muted and the camera is not on.
We are gonna hope that Blue will be back with us soon. But because this is a technical difficulty, and I would like to give Blue time to sort that out. We're gonna move on with character creation and
Yeah.
just hope that Blue is there to catch us
like she's
when it is
reconnecting.
time for her. Yeah, okay. To do her character. But the last thing is your cape, Sharang. So capes are how troopers declare themselves as a rover, and that is the generic
I am
name for
here.
adventurers
Sorry.
in this universe. There are many musicians and artists who are not troopers, and the cape is the surest way to know the difference. Capes bear markers of a trooper's style, artistic lineage, and affiliation with a patron. They convey more about a trooper's traditions, station, and skills than their personality and interests. Most capes hang from the back, are embroidered or beaded, or made with jeweled fabric. However, a cape can also be quite abstract, like a long scarf, delicate chains hung from a collar, or ghostly prismatic auras. The most important thing is that a cape has a bold movement that underscores a trooper's art. So
I love this because I feel like the demons heard about this tradition in the mortal world from some damned soul, and they're like, "We want to do this. Here, let's make a trooper too."
yeah, that like I kind of feel like they baked this trooper, and you were kind of like the house musician of hell for a bit, and for whatever reason, you are sent to be a rover in the mortal world now.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
like,
I feel,
or,
I also feel like,
you escaped too. Like
I mean,
that
I
could be
feel
a
like
thing too.
because time is different in hell, right? And so
Mhm.
I have my like infernal agenda when I'm performing, when I'm not performing, because I was baked of humans, of mortal stuff, right? I'm made at my core of like mortal soul stuff. I like kind of yearn for mortality. So I like go to the mortal world a lot, and I'm like, oh, I have a concert tonight. It'll last 3 centuries. Bye, peace. And I leave, and then I like come back. They're like, oh, I'm back. Did you miss me?
Yeah, I kind of love that. Like you being in and out of the mortal world, because like it also signals to us that like the tradition of these adventurers of troopers kind of being like these wandering musician adventurers, that means it's been around for an extremely long time, and you are probably like one of the archetypal like beings that people think about when they think of troopers, which is cool.
I think mortal troopers talk about troubadouring being the like original art form. I know it's very pretentious of them, but yeah, they talk about this is the first artist for troopers, and they say that a lot. So
Yeah.
I was not the first trooper. Remember, the demons were inspired to make me by other troopers. So.
Yeah. You were just old and like kind of probably a legend within trooper culture itself, which is neat. The choices that you have for the descriptors on your cloak are tattered, heavy, chaotic, and sturdy. Which
Oh, right, my lowest thing, right?
Yeah.
Patterned or tattered?
Tattered,
Okay.
like torn and
Perfect. Okay, so tattered, heavy, chaotic, and what was the other one?
dirty.
Dirty. Okay.
Sturdy. With an ST.
Sturdy.
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay, so my initial thought would be chaotic and tattered, so I'm gonna veer away from that. I'm like, nope, we're gonna go weird. So it's gonna be heavy and sturdy, I guess. Oh, are those two similar? I'm gonna say it's heavy and chaotic then. To like mix things up.
I love it.
Yeah, heavy and chaotic.
How is your cape cut, and where does it hang?
Okay, so my cape. Okay, so the demons love it when mortals try and escape, or well, the souls of mortals trying to escape hell. So, because they're like, oh, that's exciting and new. So the cape is made from the broken links of chains that mortals managed to break.
Oh,
when
that's sick!
escaping
That's
hell.
so cool.
And those, the rings are still broken, but they're attached together by they're attached together by strands of nightmare. So these like broken rings have like tiny silken threads between them attached together that are actually made of nightmare, and it hangs over my left shoulder, like, and half my back. So like I like swish it around with my left arm a lot.
Cool.
But then these like heavy, like it's like chainmail, but made of broken rings that are bound by nightmare silk. It's literally called nightmare silk. Nightmares are spun into this silk through the teeth of a particular demon lord. He's like the silk demon. And I like swish it a lot, and it's very jingly and clanky.
I love so much about this because it suggests like especially you being a trooper that kind of like appears as this wandering adventurer that like, you know, sometimes goes on adventures with groups of other rovers. Like a lot of the people who escaped hell have got to be like big heroes in the mortal world. So like you are just carrying around kind of like pieces of those myths and legends, and I don't like the demon princes like seem very amused by the idea of people escaping hell.
They're like torture souls all the time. When someone leaves, that's kind of nifty and new. Like, whoa.
Yeah, I love that there is like a little bit of like a celebration or commemoration of that act. It's like kind of like how in France escaping prison isn't a crime because it's natural for someone, they believe it's natural for someone to want to be free. Like that's I love that kind of attitude, but from the demons who control hell. That's radical.
I gotta imagine there's gambling on this and stuff too, right?
Oh yeah. And now I'm just thinking about like the first. There's so much mythology that we could mire ourselves in because who is the first soul that escaped hell?
And the chaotic is because it's not made to be aesthetically uniform or anything. Like all these are broken chains and stuff, right? So that's why it's chaotic, and it's sturdy because they're literally made of like hell metal, right? So
yeah. Notoriously hard to break.
Yeah, it's called Hell Bronze. There.
Hell Bronze. Perfect.
Yeah.
What does your cape enable you to do?
Oh God. Okay, so these are symbols of escape. That's what they enable me to do. The cape enables me to like travel and escape and move with freedom.
I love that. It's an incredibly heavy thing that allows you to move with freedom, which is really cool.
Yes. So when people behold me when I'm performing, I'm dancing with weird iridescent fingers with a jangly cape made of broken chains and the head of one of their childhood animals on my head, like a mask, dancing with a monstrous version of another childhood like toy.
Yeah.
Fuck. Have you ever seen
No.
Okay, truly terrifying.
There's this
Let's
whole
just
scene
say that
with
truly
giant,
terrifying.
terrifying teddy bears hallucinations dancing, and that's what they reminded me.
Oh goodness!
God.
Like my childhood toy was a horse, so like just
I
seeing
think,
giant horse.
especially for the details that you've created, the one of the most fascinating questions is, what environment is your cape most at home?
Okay, so the act of breaking out of hell leaves an impression on the chains, right? Because in some sense, the chains aren't in one. With a certain regard, the chains aren't physical, right? Even though they're in a way physical, right? So there's a psychic impression left on them, which means they are most they're often uncomfortable, but they are most comfortable and light or whatever around me when I am near the presence of worthy souls and strong souls that potentially could escape hell, which is one reason that I'm traveling a lot with heroic types, because my cape is most comfortable when I'm near those. So that also means if I meet someone and my cape becomes lighter, I'm like, that's interesting.
That's cool. That's cool. All right. That leaves us with the creating your performance style and masterpiece.
Okay.
Once again, I'm going to ask you a list of questions that'll give you some words, and you can mix and match those words and themes together to create your performance style. And maybe it is a song, maybe it is a dance, it is something that is like a real expression of who you are as an artist that may or may not empower you to do really sweet stuff. So the first question is, what is something beautiful and delicate?
Oh, just in general, so not okay.
Yeah.
Something beautiful and delicate.
Yeah.
Something beautiful and delicate is. Are we at a? Do we have minors watching this?
Good question.
No, we don't. We are a pretty
Okay.
firmly adult audience.
Is it marked so that it's you have to be 18 plus to watch it? Like I do know YouTube is like 13 plus.
Yeah. It's marked as mature. So
Okay, great.
Yeah.
So something beautiful and delicate is a lover's expression as their climax.
Ooh, okay, yeah. I knew Sharang would bring the heat with this. So I love it. What is something eternal or unstoppable?
Something eternal or unstoppable. I'm trying to think in world or in real world. I'm gonna say eternal or unstoppable is loneliness.
Ooh,
Everyone dies
yes.
alone.
Yeah, I love it. How would you express your true love?
Me, Sharang, or me as the character?
I think either. Like,
Oh.
and what this question means is, how would you choose to express it? That could be like with words, that could
Oh.
be, with writing or dance or love making,
Let's go with. This is difficult. Let's go. I'm gonna say food, cooking.
Food. Yeah. Yes. Okay. What is something deeply valuable?
Something deeply valuable is friendship.
Okay. So for those between friendship, food, loneliness, and the expression of ecstasy at the point of climax, what is your performance style and what is a masterpiece that you have created?
Okay, so we sort of discussed the performance earlier. So I'm gonna go with the expression of ecstasy part for that because I'm like swaying, moving my hands. You can hear kind of this jangle of my cape, but for some reason, well, not for some reason, I'm a very skilled performer. That's incorporated into this trance music, but I have this like when I perform, I go into let's use all the forms of the word trance, right? I go into this like musical trance almost, where I have this like this expression of ecstasy on my face, and I mean it also does that to the demon princes when I'm playing well, right? If I'm for my best pieces, the demon princes go into that ecstatic feel.
Yeah, the thing that I love, the thematic connection that I love for your music style kind of being defined by like this ecstasy expression, this aesthetic expression, is that the musical instrument is the congealed hopes, like the final hopes of the damned. So that is in the way, like kind of the climax of their suffering.
There we go.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow. Yes. Truly wild. Okay. What is your masterpiece then?
Okay, so this is contentious, right? Because the demon princes like a different kind of music than mortals like, right?
Yeah.
And then the souls like, right? The things that the demon princes like, the souls fear and hate, right? So I consider my masterpiece, not what the demon princes consider, is I was traveling one time, and there's an island that was destroyed by a strange world snake.
Mm-hmm.
It has ceased to exist. It's very, very old, from thousands of millennia ago. but it's not really well take. But there's legendarily, they made this amazing kind of cheese, right? It was the legends say that the gods would come to this island to take this cheese. They would bake their godly bread out of rainbows and starshine or whatever. But then they would come to this island and they would take this legendarily delicious cheese. And I have eaten that cheese because I happened to be walking on the world before this giant snake that had just lost its skin and was in pain because something weird happened to its shed skin, destroyed this island. But I got to this island and I ate the cheese, and someone asked me, how does it taste? And I hadn't eaten food in like, 4,000 years because I'd been, in and out of hell and stuff. And so I didn't remember how to describe the flavor of the cheese. So I performed the flavor of this cheese in trance music form. And that I hold in my heart as my masterpiece, partially because it because remember, I have this longing to be mortal in a way. It embodies for me a very mortal thing, both the need to eat and also the desire for flavor. And
yeah.
So that I tried to put that into music, and I feel that's my masterpiece. And to bring this loneliness thing, when I'm alone and when I'm feeling most alone, I play that song again.
Yes.
Okay, as someone from Wisconsin, I appreciate that your masterpiece.
I love it. Sharang, we'll need a name and pronouns for your character.
Yeah, so I'm going to say my character's pronouns vary between he, she, and they, because whenever they come onto the mortal realm, they're like, well, I'm going to change my body as well as my whatever. I'm like, in hell, I'm something completely different, but in the mortal world, I have to have a gender. And I'm going to say that my name... So I was not given a name. I was just called the troubadour, the trooper. Initially, I was just called the trooper by the hell people. But on the first time I came onto the mortal realm, a Stone Age little boy gave me a name. And the name was Bronze Age, let's say. And the name was, because I appeared out of a waterfall, I walked out of this waterfall, and this boy called me, wait, this is Pride Month, we're going to go full out, called me Rainbow, because the spray of the water in the sun caused like a rainbow as I walked out of the waterfall.
Happy Pride, everyone.
And happy Pride, it's June, bitches! So called me Rainbow. And
awesome.
and that was the first name I was ever given, apart from the trooper. So I'm like, sure, Rainbow. I don't let the demon printers know that though, because they can do cruel things with names.
Ooh, yeah. And I love the uncertainty of like, I don't even know if this is my name, Yeah.
But I don't want the demon printers to know, because if it is my name, they can do sour things with your name.
I like it. So that is Rainbow, our trooper.
I love this.
Which brings us to our cur, and if Blue is with us, we can do this. And if not,
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Blue, are you there?
I think,
yeah,
I've noticed that James cannot hear Blue, but all of us can hear Blue, because James has sometimes talked over Blue. And this has happened to me before on Discord, where I've talked over people who I couldn't hear.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, is Blue active?
Blue has been here for the last
she's talking minutes. Right now.
I had like a 5-minute technical breakdown.
I'm so sorry if I've been talking over you, Blue. Oh my god, I'm so embarrassed.
It's okay.
Okay, so James is
my phone literally overheated. I had to cool it down really quickly. Like it
Sticking
was.
on some ice.
It's still kind of overheated, and it was dying, so I had to like really cool it down so that I could put it on the charger.
James,
I
can
am
you hear
back,
Blue?
and I can hear and see Blue.
Hooray!
And also, deeply sorry if I cut off your good bits and contributions and jokes while I couldn't
Honestly, I
see
made
you.
like one joke about cheese. It was literally one joke about cheese.
It was
It
happened to
pretty
me once.
cheesy.
I was on a panel, and of course, I am the loud dude on the panel, and the one woman on the panel I could not hear. So I just kept talking over her, and people were like, "Sharang is really talking over the one woman on this panel. That's the worst." But because I had literally no idea that she was
Oh
speaking.
no!
I cannot, as a cis male, I cannot think of a scenario more nightmarish than that.
Oh yeah,
That is
it was horrible.
horrifying.
It was a panel on like sex and gender in games, right? So I'm like, oh yeah, and this
Oh,
dude
no.
is like talking over this woman all the time, and I'm like,
The irony.
oh, this is amazing. Yeah, it was amazing.
Oh God, it hurts so much.
I think I've cooled down. Now that I've finally cooled down my thing, before we get started, can I take a quick bio break because I had to figure out a way to cool down my freaking phone.
Let's do another bio break and
Thank you.
check in with fundraising. Folks, we are at 2725. We are closing in on that $3,000 goal. If someone out there watching right now, if you contribute $75, that gets us to 2,800. Like, that's an easy one. Let's think of other ways that we could waste $75 instead of contributing it to reproductive rights and bodily autonomy. You could buy a bad video game for $75 and regret it near instantly. I'm trying to
You
think of a
can
video
buy.
game that I just didn't enjoy.
You can go into a like costume store and be like, that costume I'm gonna wear so many times for LARPs. And then you buy it, and then it molders it under your bed forever.
And then
you never
turns,
get a LARP that needs
then it becomes 2020. It becomes March of 2020.
And then you can't use it exactly.
And your LARP costume, you are
You
doing
can
no
you
LARP
can
for quite some time.
take a lover out to a really fancy dinner, the one where they break up with you, with $75.
Oh, that's a wasted $75.
See, I was going for food too, but I was thinking you go to a place that's too high class and they give you a meal that's like this. Like,
Yeah.
I keep getting excited and pulling my cables out, but this time it was the headphones, not the mic, so Audacity is still working.
you could buy a pair of headphones that
a,
don't work.
A longer headphone cable.
I
Yeah.
should do that. I also, I'm standing. Normally I sit, but today I was just excited after my gay brunch, and so I'm standing, and I'll just be less handy.
Oh, to be full of gay brunch energy. You know? It's been truly too long since I've been to a brunch.
It was a good gay brunch.
Maybe a
Yeah, because I'm
digital
leaving
brunch.
New York for the summer in a week. And so I'm like, hey guys, I won't see you guys for 3 months. Let's do gay brunch. And we did gay brunch, and it was glorious.
James, there is one question I want to ask because it just occurred to me. One of our chat mods is recording all of the stream so we can put it up as VODs. Do you want us to cut out this last segment here so it doesn't conflict with your one-shot episode?
Yeah, sure. Like if you want to give me a little bit of pre-edited audio, because right now I'm leaning on Craig or whatever audio exists for VODs because our Audacity recordings are going to be temperamental at best.
Yes.
So yeah, whatever package I get, and again, you're not saving me the trouble at this point. You're saving Tracy the trouble.
Oh,
and
I was
I
thinking
would
more
love to spare
like-
Tracy any punishment.
I was more thinking like people might watch the VOD and they know it's going to be a one-shot episode, so they then don't go watch the one-shot episode.
You know, I can't imagine that, like, if somebody is not subscribed to One Shot, like, the thing is, what I would like you to do is go from this stream and go to wherever you get your podcasts and subscribe to One Shot, and then you can listen to any other game. You don't need to watch this game because guess what? There are like 400 episodes or
You
however
can listen
goddamn
to
many episodes I've done.
Hexed, designed by Sharang.
Hexed. You can listen to the extremely beautiful queer love story that we did on Hexed. You don't need to listen to this if you're a regular one-shot listener. You know, if you're a regular one-shot listener and this comes up in your feed and you're like, I already listened to this adventure and I don't want to hear whatever audioscaping Tracy has done to make it distinct from what I saw on the stream, you can always go and check out a podcast of one of the many contributors to this wonderful streaming project. Go download an episode put out by the clever Corvids. That's right. That's right.
And if you're reminded
Josie's
at that point of this stream, you should donate again to reproductive justice.
Yeah, exactly. Zag on them. They'll never see it coming for you to donate now. Cool.
In that case,
All
the
right.
VODs will go up in the next couple days, and you'll have this audio to work with if you need it.
Yeah. All right.
All right, I'm here.
All right, Blue. It is time
Yes,
to
I'm
make a
here.
cur. So curs, like they are kind of like the warrior fighter class. A soupçon of barbarian thrown in there. But the first
Nice.
decision that you have to make is age. And for
Okay.
curs, it's pretty straightforward. Young,
Okay.
tired, or old.
You caught me off guard. Well, considering it's me, I am always tired. I am
Tired.
Always
Hell
tired.
yeah. Hell yeah.
I'm not young. I'm not old. I am tired.
Tired. It's different for everybody, but there's somewhere in your 20s where you transition out of being a young person into being tired, and you will be that
Yep.
until you wake up one day and you're old. So now we have to define aesthetic. For this, you just choose two, and this is a much more curated
Okay.
list than the others. Glam, goth, punk, metal, vapor, medieval, rural, neon, velvet, formal, and couture.
Ooh. Okay. What? I'm pretty sure one of my options was feral.
Feral, yes.
Oh God. Okay. Well, yes, feral. And I think couture would be the other one. Feral
Feral
and couture.
couture. Here we go, folks. A beautiful
I
aesthetic.
love that. I love
Now
that.
we must create your gender, and for that, you
Okay.
need to name something that you think is dangerous.
Dangerous. Like in general, just like general danger.
Yeah, yes. This will be a component of your gender, but it is like something that you think is just dangerous.
Oh, giant holes.
Big holes. I fucking love this already.
Happy Pride,
so
everyone.
much. Okay. Here we go.
I don't know.
Here we go.
I fall a lot. I am clumsy, man. Giant holes are dangerous.
Giant holes are dangerous, and everybody watching along at home, listening along at home, remember that. Okay, so next, name something that you would like to hold or kiss.
Oh. A cat. I love
So
cats.
we combine those two things: cats and giant holes.
I would have
Somewhere
said
Do
Henry
I-
Cavill.
Do any of
Henry
us say
Cavill.
it? Do any of us? No, none of us could say it, can we?
no one.
Oh my
no
God.
one is that courageous.
I just got
Listen.
that. Sorry.
I'll just leave it implied.
It wasn't what I. That wasn't what I. Oh God.
I'm sorry,
not
James. I don't know
gay.
if this
It
is
took
what
me a
you
while
tuned
to
in
get.
for.
Folks, sometimes it's not what you're looking for, but it is what you need, and it is indeed where we are.
Oh God.
So that is your gender, which I think is extremely powerful, and I cannot wait to
Wonderful.
find more about this person. So your stats are
Wonderful.
indeed marry, fuck, and kill. We're going to start with fuck. Fuck is about acting on impulse, not being bound to laws or rules, and chasing short-term goals while ignoring long-term consequences. Hold up 5 fingers. You will put one down for each statement that is true.
Okay.
Your rover has never cheated on someone. Your rover has never broken the law. Your rover has never changed their identity. Your rover has never been high or drunk.
No.
Your rover
Drunk. Not
has never risked their life.
No. Very dangerous.
All right.
Love the danger.
So for each finger that remains, gain a point in fuck.
Woo! Okay, great.
All right. And for those watching along at home, Blue's character will be using fuck to improvise a new plan, tell a lie, seduce someone, set a trap, or break a law. For that, they'll have to roll under.
Beautiful.
And to they would have to roll over fuck to resist a temptation, play it cool, follow instructions, be careful, and be quiet.
Oh, yeah, I definitely chose the right one because I am never fun.
And you're going to be very bad at those things. It'll be great.
Yes. Oh. Okay.
Okay, and now we're going to move on to marry. Marry is about making commitments, negotiating compromises, and believing in ideals bigger than your own needs.
Okay.
Once again, holding up 5 fingers, put one down for each statement that is true about your rover.
Okay.
Your rover has never been in love. Your rover has never had their heart broken. Your rover has never had a partner, romantic or otherwise. Your rover has never believed in something. Your rover has never made a meaningful sacrifice.
Okay. And so
All right.
far.
So, yeah, for each finger that remains, you gain a point in marry. So you also have a marry of 4.
Okay.
You'll be rolling under marry to swear an oath, to negotiate a tension, to make a complex plan, to support someone vulnerable, and to find hope in despair. You will roll over marry to discard a painful memory, to change your mind, to violate a contract, to sow discord, and to betray someone. And
Very
you may
loyal.
notice-
Very loyal.
yeah, to know in those, you're going to be rolling for things that seem weird in this game.
Okay.
So now we move on to kill. Kill is about violence, destruction, and self-preservation. Hold up 5 fingers, put one down for each statement that is true. Your rover has never taken a life. Your rover has never burned something down. Your rover has never mastered a weapon. Your rover has never lost a friend. And your rover has never carried guilt. All right. So for each finger remaining, hold on. I need to think through these questions really quick because the text has been wrong twice now. Okay, so actually it's for each finger you put down, you gain a point in kill.
Oh, geez. Not enough. Not enough kill.
Wait a minute. Hold on. If you've never burned something down, that would make you bad at killing. So it's for each finger that remains.
Okay.
Yeah, it's for each finger that remains. Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah. That is correct. For each
Burning-
finger that remains. Cool. So that
Burning
is your
thing
kill.
down.
And we have rolling underkill, obviously, to fight, destroy something, survive a catastrophe, ignore a wound, see a weakness, and roll overkill to de-escalate a violent situation, fix something broken, treat something gently, heal an injury, appreciate peace. Now we get into your look, and the look for your cur is the three elements of crown, gown, and blade. So the warriors in this setting signify themselves by wearing almost at all times something that is like basically runway quality ball gown, or gown can take many forms, a crown, and having a sick blade. So the question is, do you have a highest stat, and if so, what is it?
No highest. I have two-way tie between the fucking Mary, and then kill is just out of 3.
Okay. So then, or you can choose to either define your crown or your gown first.
We'll do crown first. We'll do
Okay.
crown first.
So crown, each rover wears a crown to declare their profession. Some crowns are like headwear that we associate with certain real world royalty. Some made of precious metal and jewels. Some are avant-garde, made of strange things like bones, feathers, or shards of rusty metal. And some are completely abstract, made of light, energy, or moving parts. Every crown is unmistakable and leaves no doubt that the wearer is a cur. So you get to choose 2 descriptors from this longer list: glamorous, shimmering, intimidating, miraculous, delicate, shiny, spiky, detailed, slapdash, cursed, awkward, and heavy.
Okay, I think I'm gonna choose intimidating and delicate.
Intimidating and delicate. Ooh, I love this. What materials is this crown made out of?
What is it made of? I'm gonna say it is made of the bones of my enemies.
Yeah.
We love a good bones of my enemies.
I love this. So my next question is, what makes that delicate? Because what I would associate bones with being very tough and hard.
Well, some of them are very old and therefore able to be broken. But on the other hand, it's very scary.
Yeah. Ooh, I love it. What component of it is truly unique?
It's that in place of where on a normal crown would be jewels, are just like teeth. It's just teeth and like picking up on.
Okay. So yeah, it is like a bony, toothy thing. How does it sit on your rover's on your cur's head?
Okay. I want to say it like sits near the back and is like kind of pinned in using like smaller broken pieces of bone to just like keep it on the head no matter how I move.
Cool. So is it like kind of integrated with your hair?
Yeah, just really like pinned in through my hair in like certain spots to keep it from moving. Like my hair almost matted to the crown, but not quite.
And that's probably another thing that makes it delicate, because like in the heat of battle and whatnot, you're moving around a lot, shedding bone all the time. And I guess you must know I'll be able to replace that by the end of this fight. So that doesn't matter.
Fine.
Gosh, well, can you imagine adventuring around with this person who, after every fight's like, I gotta cut off some pieces of these enemies so that I can refurbish the old crown.
It's like any adventure in a video game RPG. I must cut open the stomach of this wolf and find a sword in it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I feel like
I
any
love
other
that.
party would have a problem with
Yeah,
that, but look
I
at
can
who
see
she's
why you
traveling with.
fell in with these people.
I could see why you would be a little uneasy, but just some bone.
Just bones. Don't make a big
It's
deal out of it.
bones.
I'm more interested
All
in
right.
the flesh.
So then the next thing that we're defining is the gown.
Okay.
Rovers wear special ensembles, or I guess curs. I did change the name and made Rover the generic term for adventurers in this setting. Curs wear special
Nice.
gowns, ensembles called gowns. They move from business to pleasure with ease, never looking out of place in a bar, on the dance floor, or on the battlefield. Despite the name,
Okay.
gown isn't necessarily a dress. It can be a coat, a suit of armor, a bodysuit, or even a collection of odd bits and ends held together with leather straps. Every gown is an expression of a rover's personality, an avant-garde reflection of their internal self. So, your choices for descriptors are classic, tailored, neat, customized, patched, worn, chaotic, and simple.
I'm gonna go with classic and customized.
Ooh, I'm so excited for this.
It's got to be me.
What are the 3 primary materials used to make your gown?
I'm going to say fur, leather
Mm-hmm.
of multiple sorts,
Mm-hmm.
and I need a type of thread. Hair
Hair.
is
Okay.
a mix of fur, leather, and hair.
What part of your gown can never be damaged?
I'm going to say the chest plate, the part like
Ooh.
that would be around the heart.
And why?
James, does that mean that it is invulnerable, or the cur can never let it be damaged?
That is actually up to Blue. Because mechanically
Ooh.
there will be absolutely no difference in the game that we play, as there's no armor or whatever.
Okay.
So yeah, is this something that is extremely vulnerable or completely invulnerable?
I'm going to say completely invulnerable, as it's protecting my heart area, and that is why I feel so secure in it.
Then the question before I move on to the third question is what is it that makes this completely invulnerable? Is this like leather from a special creature or something?
I'm going to say it's from one of my hardest kills ever,
Mm-hmm.
in which the creature had such a tough hide that none of my weapons could ever beat it, and I had to outsmart it just a little bit.
I am kind of getting the impression that at some point this character might have fought a world snake, which is very exciting to me. But we'll dwell on that more later. The third question is, what is the first thought someone has when they see you in your gown?
Before you answer that,
She's gonna kill me.
We just got
She's
a
gonna kill
donation
me.
of $300 from Luke
What?
Varner. Thank you, Luke.
Woo!
Yes!
That takes us over the $3,000 goal.
Thank you, Lou.
Okay, that's awesome.
And
That
honestly,
is absolutely awesome.
I'm conflicted on whether we want to establish a new one or just let it ride until the end here. How close to the sun do we want to fly?
So yeah, this is a real Icarus question for us because I've run charity streams before. It is always good to have a goal, but if you are always setting higher and higher goals, it does leave you eventually to the situation where you might not reach a goal, which, challenging, frustrating, intimidating. And I guess I just say that, Josie, because I envy you not. That's a difficult decision to make.
I mean, I guess it's really a question of how mature I want to be. Do I want to take the step on enlightenment, or do I want to update it to 3069?
Well, that is questing for enlightenment. Again, the sex numbers are very good. They make us feel very good.
Every journey begins with a single step, I think.
Towards the funny sex number.
Yes.
Also, in honor of this $300 donation that brought us to our goal by Luke Larner, did you say, Josie?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna, in honor of that, I'm gonna say the name of the silk demon out of whose teeth you have to weave, like the nightmare is to turn into silk. It's the demon's name is the Larner demon.
Perfect.
Nice.
So thank you, Luke, for donating to a good cause.
Nice.
All right.
I've taken the single step back up to 69. If we just clear that immediately, we'll take subsequent steps as we have. We've reached a new layer of the mountain, and we'll just take our time up through there.
That is a beautiful thing about life. You can accomplish as much as you want, but you will be alive after you accomplish those things. I believe I've lost Blue again, and if everyone else can see Blue, that means I need to refresh my page.
Blue is here. Blue had to switch from her phone to her laptop.
Why?
I did update my laptop, so it should be working fine now.
This is what I mean. This is Discord is doing this because I am old and it exists only to vex me. Okay. So we have defined gown. We have defined crown.
I had my phone to my laptop. Okay.
So we need more technical switching time. Sure.
Yeah, I just had to switch to my laptop. It should be working. I'm hoping my connection is clear. Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you. That's the most important part.
It's that we can hear each other. We must be able to hear each other.
Almost said eat each other. And this is a pretty wild group. Like, I wouldn't put it past, like, the person who's, like, the avatar of the world snake or the hell guy or this extremely, like, fur, like, clad warrior to eat people. You got to use every part of your enemy, I guess.
I mean, we don't waste kills here. We do not waste kills.
Yeah, I mean, we're not going to go for it, but if it happens,
I know the value of a dead soul. Don't just.
It's why I feel no guilt. I don't waste any part of my kills.
I love it. Okay. So here's the next thing that we define is the blade. Every rover carries an instrument of violence called a blade. These weapons can take many forms, and they are not always edged. They are all noticeable in their natural state and carried openly. Blades reflect the style and aesthetic of a rover who carries them and declare their power to the world. The choices that you have for your descriptors on your blade are rusty, understated, gnarly, and crude.
Understated and crude.
Ooh, okay. And the first question is, what kind of weapon is it?
It's a very simple looking battle axe.
Okay, yes. How is it unusual for its type? Is Blue talking?
What? Oh goodness.
No.
Okay. As long as it wasn't just me. Yeah. I didn't want to miss the
Hear me
sick
now?
description of the battle axe.
Okay. Oh my god. Sorry.
Test
My
challenged me
my
not to
my
underestimate
connection is a little
myself.
bit
We met the
shoddy
goal
for the
again. It's
moment
now
until my
all threes.
phone charges. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes. Sorry.
Okay. Great. It's made of world snake fang.
Yeah! Yes!
Now I know why I hang out with y'all.
I like it.
It's gotta be something like, how did I beat it? If its own thing.
Yeah. Ah, very cool. Very, very cool. How do you carry it?
Have like your little shoulder pack that just has like 2 hooks coming out of it. It just like goes across my shoulders.
Oh yeah, sick. Oh, I love this. And I'm
Because
kind of picturing.
it's made of world snake fang, but it doesn't look like it. Right? It looks like an understated like axe.
That's why it looks crude. It looks like crudely,
Yeah.
poorly put together. But it's like
Yeah, I love that.
actually very meticulous.
Yeah, I'm kind of picturing like the edge of an obsidian weapon, you know, where they have to like smash it away so it forms that edge. I guess like what color is a world snake fang? Does it look like stone? Does it look like bone? Does it look like metal?
I think
Slight lag.
I think it's
A
a lag,
little
yeah.
bit of lag.
I think it's a connection issue right now, not a hardware
Yeah.
issue.
Which is so strange. This character has a very high Mary stat.
Yeah.
Connection shouldn't be an issue.
Well, yay, we hit our new goal though.
And our new goal, yeah, new goal is 3s across the board. And that includes getting us to 33 cents. And hey, we already got another donation. We're at 30.75 right now.
Yay.
Yeah.
Keep your continued donations to a good cause, folks.
Yes. Thank you so much. Whenever I think we're slowing down, we just rocket past the goal, and it warms my heart every time.
sorry, this keeps happening. My laptop is ancient. It is almost older than I am, kind of thing. Almost, not quite.
But it's still trucking. Amazing.
Look, it works, and it was free. So
There you go. Hey, cannot complain.
I'm just waiting until my
about that.
phone charges enough that I can switch back to it without it being an issue. I'm sorry. This is like an interlude with my laptop that is older than I am, that I am about to get replaced. Actually, so that's fun.
Hey, that is absolutely all right. The thing that we need answered right now is I believe I was asking about like the quality of the world snake fang. Does it look like it is bone? Does it look like metal or stone?
I
Or
think it would look stony just because of how hard it has to be to devour the earth.
yeah,
Like act as more of a metal.
that's really cool. So yeah, it looks like this big stone battle axe. And people just don't have a sense that yeah, this is the world snake's fang that is forged into an axe.
Also, that makes me think that because world snake fang is so hard to work with, the blade is probably just a shard that broke off the world snake fang that you then lashed together because it's hard to shape, right? I'd imagine.
I mean, like, I have to imagine the shaping process is similar to what you do for obsidian, which is you're just pounding against it and like sheeting off these different pieces. That's it's so cool. It's so
I have
cool.
to imagine that it was like very tough to make. Once you got it made,
Yeah,
it's just like unbreakable.
exactly. There
Did you
are
make
very
it, or did
few
you go
things
to
that
a
you could swing it
special-
at that would threaten it.
I'd have to have it made for me. That would have to be like a specialty thing. Like, hey, make this into a battle axe for me so I can actually carry it around. I don't know what to do with it, but like somebody do it.
I would not want to be the poor blacksmith or whatever. Like one day, this extremely wild leather and fur covered warrior with bones in her hair strides through the door of my establishment and plops this strange indestructible material down at my desk. Is like, make this into a battle axe. I'll be back in a month.
But what if it wasn't a blacksmith? Maybe this is how we know each other.
Oh, a bonesmith.
Bones?
Like my
Because
thing is
our
taking organic
our
material and
necro.
putting it back together.
Yeah. Our necro acted as a bonesmith.
Yeah, it's like, well,
I
I'm
love
classically
that.
trained in flesh crafting, but I suppose I could figure
Yeah.
out bone shaping.
Harrow
There's
Hog
gotta
the
be some way
Nines.
for me to make
Yeah.
this work. Like, yeah, I'll do it, but like, ow.
And finally, we come down to your fighting style and signature attack. Once again, I'm going to ask you a group of questions that's going to produce some cool words, and you're going to use those as grounding inspiration to tell me what your fighting style and signature attack are. So
Okay.
the first question is, what is the most dangerous part of the most dangerous animal?
I'm sorry, what?
What is the most dangerous part of the most dangerous animal?
Danger. Claws
Claws.
on a bear.
Claws. So bear claw. Cool. Cool.
Also happens to be one of my favorite donuts, so.
What is your favorite onomatopoeia for something loud?
Onomatopoeia.
Onomatopoeia being like
A word sound, yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's a blue frozen thing again.
No.
Yeah. I was like, is
there
this
she is.
contemplation or connection issue?
Contemplation or connection. That sounds so funny.
Your gender is the
Okay.
midpoint.
We're
Jay,
up
the
enough
phone
that
is
we can
back.
switch. The phone is back. I'm sorry. We are up enough that we can switch for a little bit.
Kind of.
While I figure out
wait,
how
no,
the heck
they-
to update
Blue probably is back. I once again cannot hear her. Hold
Yep.
Oh, right. It's the James issue again.
I am once again asking for your understanding that my phone went to like 20% so quickly, and I tried to charge it.
Legit,
did
do
not
you
work.
have like a bucket of ice or something to just...
I wait a minute. I might hold on.
Yeah, get some ice packs. This reminds me of like back my classic gaming days. I can't remember which game it was, but it would overheat my machine so much so quickly, and instead of not play the game, I would just get ice packs that I would shove right under my laptop, so it would be able to run through the game.
Oh my god. I love it. Lol.
I seem to recall doing that too. I think I played a MOBA for a little bit, and you can't just drop out of those. So there
Yeah.
was one game where I just straight up opened the fridge and sat my laptop on the shelf of the fridge while I finished the match.
That's so funny. That's so funny.
Josie, my god, that's wild.
Fortunately, I have a nice sturdy gaming laptop now, or desktop rather.
Yeah, I just
Yeah.
used my tax.
I don't think the lights are helping with the keeping it cool thing, but I did turn on my air conditioning, and I do have this ice pack now to just cool it off when need be. So we'll
Beautiful.
gonna-
All right.
cool that a little bit.
I can't. God, what was the question?
Okay, you were asking me about favorite onomatopoeia.
For something loud. Yeah.
I like crash because crash can be anything. Crash
Yeah.
can be
Into me.
things
got
falling over. It can
Bear
be-
Claw and Crash, which is very cool and I love very much. What is your favorite effect at a rock concert?
You know, when they do those laser things that just goes up and out and over.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be my favorite effect at a concert. It's just like, and it goes with the beat too. So it's like
beat laser. I guess like I don't know what I would describe that as, but that's cool. That's cool. And the last question is, what could cause a tragedy?
carelessness.
Carelessness. Okay. So between bear claws, crash, beat lasers, and carelessness, what is your fighting style and signature attack? These can just be like the name of the thing.
My signature attack and fight style.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'd say my fight style would end up being like, it has to be like some sort of, do you know how a berserker will just go for it kind of thing, but not so careless, not so super careless. It's like a go for it, but don't do something stupid kind of thing.
Interesting.
And for signature attack, I'd say my signature attack would end up being the head.
Okay. Great signature attack. A lot of people are like, oh yeah, this is my whirling dervish fang or whatever. It's like, no, I cut their heads off because it's done.
Decapitation. That's what I do. Decapitation.
Good work if you can get it.
Yes.
That rules. So then the last thing that we need is a name and pronouns for your character, and we'll be ready to begin whatever this game ends up being with the time that we have allotted left for us.
I think the name that has been sticking with me this entire time is Gift. Like present, but Gift.
Huh.
I don't know why. I like the name. So we're going with Gift, and pronouns are she, her, because I have no other idea.
All right, hey. So let's make sure to write that on the sheet. So it's Gift name?
Gift. Gift.
Right. All right, cool. So then I have all the information that I need. I need to use the restroom really quick. So let's take a quick little bio break. I don't know if someone wants to vamp or whatnot, but I'll be right back.
I will readjust my computer because I feel like sitting now.
And I'm gonna let my phone charge for a second.
Yeah, do that. Yeah, thank you everyone. We are so close to the end, and we keep coming so close to the goals and then smashing through them. This whole thing has meant a lot to me. Like I said in the Discord, this whole thing was kind of just born out of the raw, red-hot anger of seeing the SCOTUS leak, and I was like, I need to do something. I don't have a lot of money, but I do have a platform. So the next day I was whipping this together, and then everyone around me came together to help iron this out, and now it's what we got. And I've had a blast the whole time. I've been mostly awake for 48 hours, and I'm not really all that tired because I get to just listen to awesome RPGs the whole time. Like, I was asleep for a couple hours last night. The night blog knew that, but honestly, I could just keep going. Like, and we're over $3,000. We've more than tripled what I thought we're gonna get, because I have no illusions about the size of our audience, and these things always get a mere fraction of any show's audience. But the fact that we got this much, that's pretty wild. We did this in 2 days, what often takes people months to acquire, or would at least take me months to acquire. And like I said, I have a lot of people I care about in Texas, some of whom this is very relevant to. So I hope that they're able to make use of this, and anyone in Texas is able to make use of this, because, man, abortion rights are dire right now, but everyone benefits by having access. Right? And that's why I chose this cause instead of the 50 kajillion we could choose that are going on in the world right now. And I'll admit, I'm a little feral after being off screen for 48 hours and then suddenly being on screen. But again, I'm super glad everyone showed up and donated and promoted and just bore with it, because this a 48-hour stream is a long ass time. And while I was monitoring the stream the whole time, everyone put a ton of work into it. Running a game isn't easy. Hell, as I'm very rapidly discovering while doing this, managing and promoting on social media isn't easy either, and lots of people have been doing that. Hell, people have contributed to the stream who knew they weren't going to be here, like Aki, and that means a lot to me too, because, like, I feel a lot less alone after doing this, and have a little bit more of my faith in humanity restored doing this, because I was just expecting this to be a little thing we do, and I suppose compared to a lot of larger live streams, we are still pretty dang small. But, like, I did a live stream earlier this year and got a few hundred, because it was just me playing games for 24 hours and some people doing voice acting, but I still had a blast. And I had a blast doing this too, but seeing just the sheer difference, like I said, I thought we were going to get $1,000 and that's it. And we've more than tripled that. We went past 69 and 420 a lot of times on there, and I have a lot of goofs, and I'm kind of embarrassing myself on stream with those goofs right now, but I really am genuinely super grateful and touched, and yeah, I don't know how better to express it than that. And once this segment is over, you're probably going to get this whole spiel again, because I can just gush forever. It's not even hard to vamp right now, because I can just keep saying this. And Kevin CR says, impressed by my expanding role with Clever Corvid. Yeah, I mean, I've been wanting to expand for a while now, because Reed does a ton of work maintaining Clever Corvid. She runs the show, she runs all the back end, she runs all the editing. She does everything. We just show up and play for the most part, and promote sometimes. But I've been wanting to help more. And yeah, Corvid's not the other thing. For a while. And the whole idea for my podcast, Love and Hellfire, that's been sitting in my head since 2020. I've been sitting on that, but you know, life has been chaos. I've been getting that sorted and getting people together. So I'm just really excited that at least a little bit is going to make it out into the world, even if we don't end up with enough money for season 2. That I'm really glad I was able to put it out, and that Minna and Fabi and Chris just ran with it. It's the sort of experience where I'm like, okay, now I as GM need to live up to my players here. not only do I just need to be a better GM in terms of personal improvement, it's like, okay, I got to match where they're at because they're doing a great job. So I'm really excited for y'all to hear it. There's actually technically 2 episodes coming out on Tuesday. There's episode 1 and then a shorter backstory episode. I had a lot of fun doing the music for both. I didn't compose it. It's all Pixabay stuff, but I spent a lot of time on that too. And I don't know, I'm kind of liking doing the whole live stream thing, like not a regular weekly thing, but I did try to do weekly live streams in an earlier point in my life and it didn't really work out. But like for causes and special events and stuff, I kind of like doing this. And honestly, I like the role I played this time. For some reason, I have an affinity for jobs. This is probably just social anxiety where I can be very important, but behind the curtain and kind of let people do their thing. And that's exactly what this is. I remember I was working in a game store not too long ago, and I was working the cash register, but there was another guy whose whole job was to be in this vast cavernous game room underground and take stock and take orders in and put them out and take stock of everything. And he'd just put on like music or podcasts or whatever and just go and organize games all day. And I was like, I want his job. So this kind of scratches that same itch. I'm like, okay, I'm enabling other people to do things and have fun. And I can be selfish sometimes, but this is when I'm not. Although I suppose that I do get some satisfaction out of it. Yeah, and I'm just glad we have such a queer audience too here, because it's really great that we can just... People take it for granted sometimes, but there's some communities where you can't just put up pronouns no problem and not expect to get backlash. But that's never a concern here. Every game here is super gay the whole time and queer, and
We live for that.
sorry, I've just been getting emotional here while people are on bio break and vamping and stuff.
I've literally been listening
Hell
the
yeah,
whole time.
hell yeah. Vamp and really mean it.
Yeah, I mean, I do.
It's a way to
I've
live.
literally been listening the whole time. It's been wonderful.
Oh yeah.
I've had the phone like
Okay.
I said, I'm just charging my phone right now. I can still hear you guys.
Um,
Turns out my laptop works fine if I'm not using the camera.
let me guess. Blue is with us, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Blue is talking. But
Blue is with us.
James. I think
That's
James
the
can
thing
now
Blue is
tell.
with us?
James can tell when Josie and I have a listening face, just like.
Yeah. Yeah.
But James is not talking, and no one else is seemingly talking for him. Then he's like, they must be listening to Blue.
It just seems like my computer works fine as long as my camera's off. So while my phone charges a little bit,
Okay.
I am here. I am listening.
Well, we're almost to the end, so I think we can deal with camera off. I just need to rearrange the names on screen just a tad.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna put
This is
Blue down over here.
My phone has decided that if it's using itself,
I know what I do.
we're just dying like very quickly.
this is interesting. We're going to see how this works out. We will not really be playing a full adventure with a lot of rolling and stuff, but we will play enough of the game because we need to sit with these characters. They're so much fun. Before we jump into formal play, I do want to create links between the characters. So between Gift and Ashes, you two share a promise. What is that promise?
I mean, given our whole deals, I think it's got to be help each other destroy something. Or kill something. Or find something.
Yeah. I guess Blue, what is that something?
Oh, I get to choose what they're
Well,
they're
we're just spitballing ideas.
they're like they're gonna go kill something. We love to kill things. King of the Sea Serpents. That's what they're going to kill. That's it.
Yeah.
That keeps trying to kill the world snake. Yeah, King of the Sea Serpents.
Yeah.
So
Can we add that the king of the sea serpents is one of the children of one of the 13 demon princes?
of course we can.
Love that.
That is wonderful.
Love everything about that.
Which means I can help kind of find it or something, or track it or whatever.
So then my curiosity about the nature of this promise, have you promised each other, like, we will do this together? Has one of you promised the other that they will do it? Or have you promised, like, if one of us dies first, the other will kill the King of Sea Serpents?
I like the idea that we'll kill it together. And we'll like split
Friendship.
the flesh and bones between us or something.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
you keep the skin and they keep the bones. Yeah.
Yeah.
God, I love this as kind of like a constant in your relationship together. It's like, I'll do this for you if I get the sinews. And you're like, fuck, I really need this. Okay, fine, asshole. It's just the way that you like transact between each other.
Friendship is a transaction, apparently. That is what this friendship is.
Because that means ashes is sometimes like you can't kill it that way because that would damage the part that I need. Kill it a different way.
You are constantly arguing about how it should be killed. You're like, cut its head off. That's my signature move. And Ashes is
I
like,
love to cut the head off.
Eyes at least.
Yeah, Ashes
let's
is
go.
like, no, I need the vertebra intact.
Oh
Like,
god, yes. Well, can I like decapitate it with the vertebra? Vis-a-vis
No, the head must stay attached.
Mortal Kombat?
If you must cut it open, cut it lengthwise along the stomach. that will leave the
My skill
skeleton
isn't
intact.
disembowelment.
good, beautiful. What a beautiful connection. I cherish this. We will move down between Ashes and Rainbow. There is a secret. What secret do you share?
do you have any thoughts, Ashes?
Yeah. I got my curse trying to cross to the afterlife before my time. You can clearly go back and forth.
One
There's
of the
gotta be
afterlives
something
that
there.
can go back and forth. Not everyone goes to hell. That would be sad.
Yeah.
But yeah. Yeah. So I'm gonna say I know which of the demon princes. Also, prince in the demon world is a non-gendered term. Prince is what gender? They're demons, right? What does gender mean? So I know which of the demon princes is in charge of the borders of hell, and so I know which of the demon princes caused your curse to happen. They didn't curse you directly because why would they bother to why would they deign to curse someone individually?
Right.
But they set up the system that cursed you, and so I know who did it, but it is I won't just tell you because that's a really important thing, and it could be both. It's an important secret, and it would be dangerous for me to just tell you.
Right.
So you know that I know, and I know that you know that I know. That's our like thing.
So we kind of have this dance going on of like
Yeah.
trading favors to get you to spill.
Yeah.
Love that. Which brings us to Rainbow and Gift. You share a loss. What is that loss?
So this is interesting because Ashes and I are both functionally immortal, but Gift is not. But Gift is more human than Ashes is, and I am slightly more human now because of what I'm made of. So,
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah. What loss have we shared, Gift?
Oh, God. I feel like at some point, Gift has done so much killing, and while she doesn't feel guilt, it feels less and less like she is human, even though she is functionally human. Feels less human, and so it's a loss of the feeling of humanity rather than actual humanity.
Yeah.
So how would I share in that loss? Because that's clearly your loss.
Well, Rainbow has never had humanity and has felt like inklings of it. It's like Gift has like had inklings of times where she feels like her humanity isn't there. So you both feel like areas of non-human, and then areas of, okay, this feels more human. This feels more like I am like everyone else, but doesn't feel exactly the same.
Okay, so we
Things
bond over this
muted.
feeling of like not entirely human, sometimes human, humanish.
You're like passing each other on the path towards and away from humanity, and there's
Yeah,
a bond
Exactly.
in that.
Yeah, okay, I like that.
As opposed to me, who just threw its away.
Threw it away, yeah, threw it away.
Yeah. Not even concerned with it even
Like,
a little bit.
No humanity for me.
Yeah, I don't think Ashes is destined for hell because she's so it's so inhuman that I don't think if Ashes is destroyed, that Ashes is going to go to hell.
Now, there's an interesting thought.
I really like that, and there has to be one of the demon princes feels absolutely cheated about this.
Yeah, I like that.
Like, whichever demon prince did that, they're like, this was supposed to be a curse.
Oh, I
and
was
now you
gonna
don't
get
feel
them.
anything.
Now I don't get them.
Yeah. I like that.
It vexes me.
Look at them. They have an apocalypse snake. How can I not want that?
Oh, it's so cool. I would have loved to torture them forever.
Yeah. There's actually in the Palace of Eyes, there is an alcove made of the milk from the King of Sea Serpents that was meant to house your soul when you died, but it's now empty, and he's like, no, I want this filled. Like, what? This is incomplete.
Do you
You just
understand
threw
how
a couple
much
Now
concepts
my
at me that I
loser
need to
son's
process.
milk is at home, just rotting away.
Yeah,
I
you
love
kind of
that.
hit me with Palace of Eyes and snake milk
Snake milk.
Yes.
in
Yep.
quick
Oh,
succession,
don't
so I just need to
don't
process
act
that real
like you
quick.
don't know snake milk. Come on, we're all familiar.
You clearly don't milk the world serpents enough.
I love that. World, like, no world serpents, no world snake milk, but there is sea serpent milk.
Yeah,
Close enough.
I need each of you to roll a d6.
One.
1d6.
4.
So we got
3.
1, 4, and 3. Okay. So we're about to establish a job for you. You're going to, because the first roll was a 1, you're going to start your negotiation at a disadvantage. So you will go looking for work. No one is bringing work to you. Your band, for whatever reason, needs a job and has to go out and be like, anyone need anything? Anyone need like vaguely immortal superheroes and the most dangerous person you've ever met to like, I don't know, clean your trash bin or whatever? We're out of work right now.
Kill rats in the tavern basement.
We've killed
I
our
am
resume
very skilled
and CV. We've
in
killed a
decapitation.
world snake.
Shall I
Great.
decapitate your enemies for you?
So
okay.
where are we searching for this, James?
So yeah, well, I'm still going through the other details. So you the next role is You are going to choose between two job traits on this list. So I guess the first of you to call out for the traits that you like, that's what it be what it's about. And the traits are it's super dangerous. There's something you care about that's at risk. Someone you care about is at risk. It involves someone's obsession.
Someone we care about is at risk.
Okay.
Danger.
Anyone have a desire for the other aspect?
Danger. It's super dangerous.
Mhm.
It's so
Super
dangerous, and someone that you care about is at risk. Okay. So, you are looking for work, and the work that you will find is work that involves someone that you care about being at risk. So, I think what logically this dictates is that you go looking for work and you have someone that you get work from and they are missing. So let's tell me a little bit about this person. Who do you all three kind of like know and work with and kind of like?
So the heir to the Gilded Throne is the tradition of the Gilded Throne is that the princes and princesses, the royal children, get sent off to live in poverty in a faraway land that's not controlled by the Gilded Throne.
Smart.
To learn what it's like to be a commoner and learn and have a metropolitan attitude, right? Live in other countries, and we. Because we became friends with this heir who is 19 years old, so just
And known as
came
the
of
curator.
age. Say that again?
And known as the curator.
Yeah,
Curator,
sure.
yes.
Yeah, they are working as a curator of a museum of necromancy that Ashes knows and likes, probably.
Frequents.
Are we
There's
sure
a
I
display
didn't,
for
I didn't
ashes
make the
in-
damn thing?
Or maybe founded it years ago, but no one knows that it's Ashes who actually founded it.
I love that you didn't found it, Ashes. I love that you are simply one of the necromancers covered in this museum.
Yeah.
Love. I love the idea. There's just a whole section on Ashes, and its entirety of history. I love that.
And so this royal child we became friends with because we like this museum, because Ashes likes this museum, but also maybe has given us like little jobs in the past to find him cool necromantic artifacts to show in the museum. And now he's gone missing, and we like him.
None of us know where to find him.
Sure.
Here's what it
Yeah, I'm down with all that.
here's what it is, folks. He is like, or was when you first met him, like sixth in line for the Gilded Throne. So far away from the Gilded Throne that it's like not a concern. I may never have to be called back to the homeland of the Gilded Throne to rule. And I like my life here. I started in poverty and I ended up in this museum. It's something that like is really important to me. And then slowly, over the years that you have known this person, heirs to the Gilded Throne have just been dropping off, which happens. It's kind of common that your line to the throne starts to dwindle if you send them off to other countries to live in poverty.
Yeah.
Smart countries will treat their heirs well, because should they ever be called back to rule the Gilded Throne and you left a poor impression on them, this notorious warlike people will bring hell to your nation, quite likely, or at least sanctions. But yeah, that's not always the case. Sometimes these countries are like, we have to kill this heir because we can't risk it, because we know we treat our poor so poorly. that we cannot, and there are others still that, like, the intent of this exercise is not just to inform royalty of what it is like to live in poverty, but it is also to compel their neighbors to treat their poor well, which is kind of like the altruistic center of the Gilded Throne. But it doesn't always work out, and sometimes heirs disappear, and it dwindled to fourth in line, third in line, next in line.
Uh-oh.
And the curator did not want to rule the Gilded Throne.
He's a scholar. Yeah.
Exactly, increasingly distressed about the thought of having to. And for a while was like second in line and like constantly stressed out about it. And I think kind of what happened, you were looking for a job, and there was an announcement that both the heir to the Gilded Throne and the current sitting what do I want to call the current sitting magnate of the Gilded Throne also died. So you basically put down the goddamn newspaper and rush off to find the curator, and what you find is the museum in a just absolute disarray. So I believe I want to open there. You three arrive at this museum, and you can see that it is in a sorry state. I think this museum, when it is operating at its prime, this is a country well allied with the Gilded Throne, and they have treated their heir quite well, and also generally treat their poor quite well. So it is fine, but not ostentatious. I think it's painted well. There are dark bricks and gold appearing mortar that is not gold, but glitters like gold, and all of this. Just very, very sharp and well-crafted setup for this museum that I think has more heart, enthusiasm than it does actual things to show. It is trying to tell the story of necromancy as an art. And it is shattered to you. So I guess the question I have is, what do you do finding this place?
Ashes looks up from
Necromancer's reaction is
at the rubble, and they don't really have expressions anymore, so it's hard to read.
Mm-hmm.
And then it just whispers from in its snakeskin mask. I put a lot of work into that Hydra corpse. No respect.
Yeah, you can see this Hydra corpse, which tells one of the famous necromantic stories of old, the Hydra being a beast that would constantly regrow heads if you cut it off, needed a necromancer to seal its neck stumps in death so that it could finally be slain. It was one of the most brilliant necromantic achievements of the age, and one of the reason that necromancers can take on the identity of a rover, can walk amongst people so long as they occasionally take jobs that people bring to them. And here you've created this beautiful reproduction of the Hydra that is just absolutely gone.
Are there any citizens around who are looking at this, or who are affected, or anything like that, or any of the other employees of the museum or anything?
Yeah, I would like for you to make a love roll. Try and roll under your love stat.
Yeah, okay. Just one die, right?
One die, 1d6.
Okay, so my love is 2. And I rolled a 1. Whoa!
Holy cap! Yes, there is.
Oh my god! Okay,
there is someone alive. There is someone alive in this, and because you rolled a success, you can kind of dictate the terms of what that means.
Yeah. So I'm gonna say so. The building is broken and in ruins, but there, right in the center of the building, there was like a little like cloister, like a courtyard that was the graveyard at the museum. Right. The museum obviously has to have a graveyard. It's a necromancy museum, but this graveyard only housed the curators, the successive curators of the museum. They got the honor of being buried there.
Oh yeah, and
That's so
they're
sweet.
kind
I
of
love
a
that.
display. I think you
Yeah.
can make a votive offering to the previous curators, and they will pop up and tell you a little bit about necromancy.
Yep.
And like
I love
the
that.
process that it took to. I
Yeah,
was
and-
brought here by the great necromancer Sting, and he, whatever.
And it became it's a great because it's small. It's not the whole body that's interred. It's the head of the necromancer that's pickled. It's like pickled in this necromantic pickle juice that was invented by a necromancer curator. There haven't been many necromancer curators, but one of them, an old one, invented pickle juice. And so it's this like outdoor garden full of shelves of like jars of pickled heads. And
Love that.
the survivor, many of them are smashed now, which is a huge historic loss. But the survivor was there, and the survivor was a little, not the survivor. The visitor was a boy who'd gone into the graveyard to ask a curious question about necromancy because he was visiting the museum, and he managed to survive because he for some reason the broken ceiling didn't land himself, but he like huddled under these like big jars, and this like young boy is like, he was like, I only wanted to ask about, I don't know, blood rituals. And he's like, survived there.
Yeah. So yeah, there is this like kind of wide-eyed child. I think this is like a very skinny, extremely pale, and pale, it doesn't matter what their skin tone is, right? Like it's a pale version of whatever that would be. And they have like very heavy dark eyeliner on and a lot of tattoos that have been like drawn on with like the equivalent of a marker, These are not real tattoos, but like this is a tween who is into necromancy as an academic pursuit, who came to the Necromancy Museum on arguably the worst day ever to go to the Necromancy Museum.
He wanted to do his book report, and oh no.
We were just trying to learn some stuff.
This kid looks rattled. And like when you pull him out of the rubble, he's like shaking and like almost catatonic with shock, I think.
I turn to our cur, and I'm like, gift, darling. You're I don't know. You know about people more. I know about tortured souls. I suppose you could count this as a tortured soul. They just lived through a horrible thing. But talk to him, please.
Gift just looks over at Rainbow with the most deadpan of faces, nods, goes over to the kid. I imagine her as a very tall being. She's like 6'4", which is amazingly tall for a woman. She like bends down to his height.
Yeah.
Takes one of the bones out of her crown and just hands it to him. And this is how she knows how to talk to people.
Okay.
I would
Extremely-
at least be pleased with that gift.
I need you to roll. You're rolling Mary here. Roll under your Mary.
Okay, roll under Mary. Okay.
Yeah, that's what you're looking to do to succeed.
I think I had a 4 for Mary, right?
Yeah.
We got a 2.
Hell yeah. So, I think Gift is really used to, like, especially having like these semi-berserk like spasms when they go into battle, is kind of used to like coming upon a scene after battle where a lot of people are kind of rattled and catatonic and whatnot. And what you're doing is like what you wouldn't think of it this way, but this is a very simple therapeutic technique of like you hand someone a bone and you like it's just like touch the bone, think about the bone, be present with the bone, and realize that you are safe. Like the threat is over. And like I think you communicate this like in your own style and way, but however you do that, it works. Like the kid moves from like being really not quite there to like kind of being solid and centered, still frightened, but definitely able to talk.
I look at Gift and I'm like, well done, Gift. And I like smile and I like trail my fingers, which has a little bit of leftover hope lacquer on it. So I
Yeah.
trail my fingers over Gift's like face to be like, how lovely. Because I forget sometimes every time I come back to Earth, I forget to the material world, I forget what is the correct mode in this time and place of showing affection and something. Like I've clawed people's faces in hell a lot to show affection. So
Yeah.
I guess it's similar. So I like do that to Gift, and there's a little bit of lingering music from my droplet of lacquer that comes as I like do that to Gift.
Love
Rainbow,
that.
you must learn boundaries.
And I turn, I'm like, yes. But now this child. And I'm like, child, what destroyed this beloved hall of learning?
There were like suits of armor. They were clad in gold. They shined like the sun. And the curator was screaming and telling them to go away, to go back home, to pass them over. But they wouldn't take no. And so he tried to fight and the child trails off again.
And I'm like, Ashes, you know a lot about cultures and history and things, having written a lot of history. Do you know what these golden suits of armor people are?
That sounds like soldiers from his homeland.
Oh. Maybe
Do
they're
not
taking
why
him to...
they would resort to violence to
Do
retrieve
they want him to be their new ruler? I forget what they're called.
He didn't want to. He didn't want to go. He didn't want to go.
Well,
He must have
I
been
think.
quite desperate.
Oh, well, if he didn't want to go, who are we? No, who are we? We're people. We're cool. We are people who, and we are his friends. Friendship, which is precious and fragile. We should bring him back.
Friendship is a strong word.
Okay, he was
But
my
I'm
friend.
inclined to agree.
He was your student, I'm sure, but he was my friend. I gave him cheese once.
Gave me bones once.
He was very good with bones. He was very bony, in fact. He was like really skinny. That's why I gave him the cheese.
He was a good listener. One moment.
I am willing, excited, willing to go back and get him. As long as I get to kill something.
I'm sure you'll get to kill. We always kill something. Even if there's no need to kill something, you end up killing something.
Then I'm down.
If we find him, you can kill many things.
Don't kill him, though.
Why would I kill him?
I don't
Gives
know.
me
Just don't kill
bones.
him. Okay, true. But yeah, but don't say, oh, now I'll take the ultimate bone, his bone.
Happy pride.
Do not take those of friends. That was the possibility. I would have taken Ash's bones a long time ago.
Are your bones?
while this conversation is
not
happening.
not if I get a vote, but I would really appreciate if you didn't take any bones from the curator. I would like the curator to be back if at all possible. I love this place.
I turn to the kid and I'm like, you are a wise child. And for that, I will give you a piece of advice that you may need in the future after you die if you're a bad person. Don't accept any keys from the third boatman. Just don't. Don't take any of his keys.
Wow. I'm going to write that down immediately. That sounds so important. That sounds so important.
Like, and this will be very important if you keep doing a lot of necromancy in your life. But if you don't do a lot of necromancy, you might not need this. If many necromancers go down that route, you will never go down that route, Ashes, because you did too much necromancy. But
so there's like a threshold of necromancy. Like once you go so far, this advice becomes really imperatively relevant, and then you can do enough necromancy that it no longer becomes relevant.
Very few people can do that.
As long as you don't fall between those ranges, though.
Yeah.
Okay,
So long as
I got
you don't mind having skin anymore.
Some people like skin, child. You probably like
Stop.
skin.
I mean, I suppose I do have skin. It's simply not
It's not
mine.
your skin. It's not
kind
your
of my experience with skin has been neutral, and then I turned 14, and all of a sudden I've got a very negative relationship with skin. So right now, if you're like, how do I like skin? Not very much. It's bad. It's oily and bad.
I love that
I
this
have
kid is
never
trying to like impress Ashes by his hatred of skin. No skin.
Yeah, I've never had puberty, so I wouldn't know. And I just like nod sagely, pretending that I know exactly what they're talking about with the oily skin.
Let's go get the curator.
Yes.
My only
Good
advice
idea.
there is either transitioning to another gender or to undeath. Either or both.
writes again in the like the little notepad, the bullet journal, like consider transition, like parentheses, gender or death.
Great, cool, thank you.
Looks over and says, "Keep the bone. Make a crown. Forward march."
Like
Damn, that's a cool
the
line.
child's eyes are just so wide. They're just so wide. As you, like head out to presumably the gilded, the nation of the Gilded Throne, to go rescue your friend. So obviously, in most circumstances, there would be an entire middle part to this adventure that we would play out to you. But instead, kind of what I would like to invite all of my players to roll a d6 really quick and just tell me their results.
6.
2.
Me.
6, 2, and 3. Great. So what happened in the middle part of this adventure is that our dear friends, how do I want to do this? Yeah, I think what we're going to do is our dear friends Gift and Ashes have lost the amount of shits to give about this adventure equal to their die roll. Whereas our trooper Rainbow has not taken any damage or really suffered at all on this journey. So the way damage in this game works is like rovers is the colloquial like term for groups of adventurers like yourself. It's not super likely on any given job that you are going to die. Every job will cause you to suffer and work and pain. But it's not super likely that you will die on the job. what happens is you reach a point that you decide whether you really care about a job or not. Some jobs can be accomplished without you ever having to think about that. But in this circumstance, who rolled the 3?
I did.
All right. So, Gift, this has been really hard going for you. The journey to the Gilded Throne, and perhaps even the throne room or past the many gates of the royal capital and so on, what have you, has taken away 3 of the 4 shits to give that you have about this job. So
Can I make a suggestion?
It's because I didn't get to kill anything, isn't it?
Yeah. What's that, Sharang?
Oh, I was gonna say that because we have to travel through these nations really quickly, I'm like, let's take a shortcut. The river of hell that runs closest to the mortal world is the river. And obviously, while we're on it, I don't get hurt because I've swum in it before, but there's nothing to kill. And it's not as fun for this mortal who is, even though they're a very epic
Well,
mortal.
trigger happy.
Yeah, so not a lot to kill, and there's not a lot to eat. And like the point of this river of hell is that it's the river. It's known as the river of boredom. Like it drives people, that drives souls mad with boredom. So yeah.
You
Yeah.
have to imagine the entire time I am pouting because I was promised decapitation.
Yeah.
Everything,
Yep.
I got none.
And
Yeah,
there's
time
no
works-
flesh here. Everything is already dead.
Yeah, time works differently here. So what it is, in the mortal world, like you will pass through this portal onto the river and then emerge basically instantaneously in the capital. You may even beat the procession that stole your friend back to the capital. The thing is, for all of you, time perception wise, you've spent hundreds of years like here all along this river.
Oh, so
It's
this is
a
normal for
nightmare.
me.
It's maddening.
Yeah, it affects our mortal the most. It affects our necromancer a little bit less a little bit, and it affects me the least because okay, whatever, it's in hell.
That actually
This is
tracks
normal.
super well. It's like
yeah.
I'm the most affected because I'm mortal and bored, and I don't get to kill anything. And then Ashes is affected because it's technically speaking, quote unquote, mortal. It has never died and probably never will.
Now,
Yeah,
that's
kind of
what I
intrigued
like
because
to
this is the
hear.
closest into hell that Ashes has ever been able to go, right?
Got close
Yeah.
once.
Ashes, how many shits did you lose?
2.
Yeah, and just as a nice design aside for our audiences, I originally wanted to call these fucks to give because it's more fun to say, I think, but also I realize that fuck is a stat and therefore I cannot do that, which is one of the trials of game design, unfortunately. So yeah, you go through you go through this river experience and it's awful. And I think you all I don't think you all, but at least Gift and Ashes change many times throughout this journey. I think you go on this raft that's actually kind of quite pleasant. I think there are a lot of boat keepers that go up and down rivers. They're all these skeletal figures, and I think
Don't
for the-
take keys from the third boat keeper, though.
these are I don't know which boat keeper these are, but the boat is kind of nice in a low rent cruise ship sort of way. There
Nice.
are 5 meals that you can choose from. There are 3 drinks and you have bed accommodations, but you are spending hundreds of years here. And what will happen when you finally emerge into the lands of the Gilded Throne through this portal your mortal body, like you will crash back into your mortal existence. And all of the changes that you have gone through will have to reconcile with the constant of your mortal body. So you retain much of yourself, but also part of yourself will have echoes of this state where you were kind of in a state of undeath for hundreds of years, even though it really wasn't. So that reconciliation between those two things does not affect Rainbow at all, but it affects Gift a ton, and it affects Ashes somewhat, like probably maybe to Ash's surprise. So I think Gift, you have the condition of boredom, which is a negative condition that I will be giving you a disadvantage on rolls. You'll be rolling 2 dice and taking the worst results for rolls if it is relevant until you do something extreme to relieve your boredom. In your case, probably a murder.
Probably murder.
Yeah. Where I think I want to dig down on our necro a little bit. Ashes. Your experience of this, like, I think you were more affected than you expect, but like you're not on your last nerve the way Gift is. Like, but you know, there's still significant kind of investment. So what did you struggle with?
I think I kind of got like a sense of like hollowness out of it because it's like, well, Rainbow just makes it so easy. And it's the river of boredom. So I'm just have nothing but time to reflect on like, what am I actually doing with my existence? I'm doing necromancy and that makes me satisfied. But
there's no necromancy here. That's the thing.
yeah.
Necromancy, I think, requires something substantive. So despite the fact there's death all around you, you cannot learn anything here. You cannot develop anything here because those concepts simply don't exist in the river of boredom.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't make any music in there either.
Yeah, you can't. It's weird. Like the kind of suffering here is bizarre because like there's not anguish either. It never bubbles over into that. There are just the same 5 meals, the same 3 drinks, and the same company. So
and some of those boatmen are really boring company.
Mm-hmm.
I do not know how they can exist in hell and be so boring. At the very least, Rainbow is interesting.
Yeah. So I kind of feel like Ashes, maybe your condition might be frustrated.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Love that.
Perfect.
Yeah, I actually try. I know it wouldn't work, but I try to sing or I try to play my techno music for my 2 friends, but it doesn't work in the River of Boredom. And I've tried it before, and I know it's futile, but I've tried again to entertain them for a little while in the 100 years span, but I just can't. You cannot make music in the River. The concept of music does not exist in the River of Boredom.
I kind of think what it is, and you could correct me if you feel like this is too much excitement. I kind of feel like, especially because it's trance, like you can perform, but the beat can never drop. Like
Yeah. I like that.
That is awful. I love it.
Yeah.
And like there's also the thing of like of course the boatmen aren't exciting, but you know, the 3 of you aren't bound by that at least. But I think if you do anything too exciting, it rocks the boat too much and you will like there's the danger that you will like fall off or the boat will break down or something like that. So like there are so many configurations of your relationship. Like characters could like have sex on this boat
but like it can't be too exciting. It has to be kind of boring. Like
Boring,
characters can play games and like whatnot, but like all of it has to be kind of underwhelming. So it's this
Yeah.
Continuously missionary.
tremendously frustrating
And this is
experience.
because the ruler of this lair, or the part that this river is in, Prince Ufshala, is actually the biggest enemy of the triad who made me, because they wanted excitement and interest in hell, which is why they made me. But this prince does not like them, and like kind of to like spite them, like made this river of boredom.
The prince of heterosexual monogamy, ruler of
I was about to say the sex, there's like sex with straight people.
Oh, it's literally just complete missionary every time. No climax, no happiness.
That is
Just do
efficient
it.
lovemaking, and I appreciate it. Yeah. So you emerge from the portal in the river of boredom, and like the selves that you were before you began the journey crash into the selves that you became after the journey, and it reconciles. And kind of the expectation, the reason that like this works as quote unquote as a method of travel is the expectation is that eventually the self that you were before the journey kind of overrules the self on the journey, because any journey through the river of boredom is ultimately pointless. You know, you didn't innovate, you didn't develop, even if you suffered all of that time and maybe changed personalities to try and deal with the suffering. It wasn't real suffering. So like, yeah, that dogs you even more, is that like it's all pointless, and like your body kind of has to struggle to reject that experience, and some people can do it quite easily and others cannot. So I want you to tell me well, actually this is this was Rainbow's role. Rainbow, I would like you to make a laugh roll to determine how well you are placed in like this portal.
I got a 6.
A 6. Okay. So that's rolling over your laugh.
Yeah. Which is, I think, more than a step ahead. Yeah, so I did that well, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so. We didn't establish whether it was roll under or roll over, but it does make sense that you have to roll over your laugh to like actually make a well thought out decision. So you have created this like portal into the capital of the Gilded Throne, and I want you as a player to define where you are and how it leaves you at an advantage in the mission of rescuing your friend.
Yeah. So the rivers, this is the river that's closest to the mortal plane. But that spatiality doesn't mean a lot. So it kind of emerges wherever. So this time, it has emerged in the royal harem. And remember, the magnet has just died, right? So the royal harem is supposed to be in mourning, right? All the royal consorts are in mourning. But the good thing is the royal harem is in the heart of the Gilded Palace. So we are in the heart of the Gilded Palace. We actually emerge. There's a quirk of fate shows whenever I leave hell, I always emerge from water in a strange way.
Yes.
Like that's how I came out Rainbow, right? So, there's a spider. I'm trying to keep the spider alive because it killed the bugs. But this time is weird. It's actually a water jug that one of the royal consort, he was like pouring to one of the other royal consorts for water, and we literally like whap out of the water jug. The three of us.
I love that. Yeah. I kind of think like one of the things that the advantages that I would like to give you for this very successful role is that
because the consorts are in mourning, they have to, in some way, temporarily blind and deafen themselves during the mourning period. Because the idea is when we have the new magnate, we will take off this and for the first time see the new magnate. And no matter who that is, it'll be a blessing because before we had everything taken from us. We had nothing.
Yeah, they have to wrap around their eyes silk that's been dipped in the blood of the dead magnet. To be
the same harem the previous magnate had, or would it be a harem of new people? Because if you
the new ruler isn't there yet, so it's the transitional.
There could be some shuffling and whatnot based on like people's tastes or whatever. But let me tell you, you don't want to replace an entire harem right away. Nobody knows to order like how much lube needs to be ordered. There's
generational
so many
knowledge.
problems.
Also, who wants to double dip with their parent?
But some people do. Some people do.
We don't know how the golden lineage works, but also probably if you grew up knowing that you were a part of the golden throne lineage or whatever, like I don't know. It's I don't want to think about other cultures.
Complicated.
We don't nobody wants to double dip with their parents. So I would say like it would have to be where like the older of the harem, the ones, that they grew up around would be placed in a separate, equally as magnanimous palace. And then this is like the harem where it's like not quite so old, not quite so having been, with the previous magnate.
We don't need to follow the logic of this too much. The important part is that you are currently around people trying very hard to not see or hear things, which is a big boon to you. As you emerge from the water, at least two of you, one of you extremely frustrated, and the other just mind-numbingly bored.
I love that. How does my cape feel in this harem?
Oh, that's interesting. Do you mean like is it locationally aware of how heavy it is or burdensome?
Oh, because there are all these people there, right? So is it like they're true heroic souls here, which means it would feel light? Or is it like, it always feels slightly right because our gift is here, but like, does it feel lighter because there's some heroic souls around, or is it not?
I think it is lopsided in that, like any place, what happens is the weight of your cape shifts. Some places will have more heroic souls than others. And like any workplace environment, there are always some people who are really cool and make working there not so bad, and some people who make working there a nightmare. There is absolutely one member of this harem that always takes someone else's lunch from the communal fridge.
Yeah,
and
he's also like the hottest. So he's like a mean girl who like takes everywhere.
I love that. I love that we have a Regina
They do
George.
have great benefits though. They have dental.
Oh, dental.
Yeah, you gotta.
Yeah.
To be in the royal harem, you have to have good teeth.
I suppose if you are in a harem, you need dental, either to have nice teeth or to have your bad teeth removed for other purposes.
There's probably a bone adept necromancer there who like regrows teeth for them. Yeah.
All right, I was just making a joke. I don't want to interrogate the teeth logistics of the harem too closely, please.
For some reason, it seems the royal state is never really willing to make budget cuts to the health plan of the harem. For whatever reason, they're really prioritizing that. Yeah, it's always the last thing cut. Okay. So you emerge in this harem, and this is the harem of the Golden Throne. So I think this place looks really cool. This is where a famously wealthy empire, has their emperor unwind, has the magnate unwind. So like, it's kind of an experience. There are like themed rooms and whatnot, and like this is the bathing chamber. This is kind of a wonderful technical marvel. And you can see this kind of distressing image of like this place that is always dressed light and airy. There are these figures moving around in like these wrappings that are very dark and like bloodstained, you know? It's super creepy. But also, you know, it's a goddamn Tuesday for the people in this harem. Like, somebody is there to like prepare for their day, and like
part of the skill of being a skilled harem person is to manipulate fine, detailed things in the dark. So
yeah,
they manage.
Yeah, they're all like, yes.
A couple stream things. I just wanted to announce the winners of the art raffles. Sorry for being a little delayed on the second one. The winner of the second art raffle and the new owner of Icy from Moon Harbor's Flow Art painting is Lauren. And the winner of the third art raffle that was going on this whole time, getting art from Kemma, is Luke, who made the big donation earlier and is on Twitter at SSJ Speed Racer.
The Demon of Silk.
Yeah. Yeah, the Demon of Silk won the commission. Also, you should listen to Luke's podcast, Idle on Playtest.
That rules.
Right,
use that art well. Okay. Especially because of the time crunch that we are under, I think you all can hear probably in the distance trumpets that are like kind of announcing the arrival of the honor guard. The honor guard is what would have been sent out to collect the next heir. So like, you are in the palace, you're in a place where you are unseen, and you know, not messed with. You have the ability to like come up with a plan or whatever. What does your group do?
I'm never the leader of a group, so I turn to these.
So, Gift would, as she is an attacker, she assesses like how strong they are. Just before, like, as she's getting ready to like attack with her magical world snake battle axe, she's like pulled it off of her shoulders by this point because she needs to kill something.
You've been 100 years without killing anyone, right?
I have gone 100 years. I think it is like acceptable for one murder. But she's gonna like suss it out so she's not like going in blind. She's not stupid.
I like that. I think roll kill. You're looking to roll under in this circumstance.
Blind.
Or no, roll over. You're trying to roll over because like you don't want just to charge right in.
Okay.
You have to resist the urge a little bit longer, and you're at disadvantage. So roll 2 dice and take the worst result.
All right, because you're bored.
Okay. Well, we got close. We got a 6, and then we got a 4. I think my kill is at a 4.
Your kill is at a 3, I think, actually.
Oh, is it?
I
thought it was...
Did we not write it down on the character sheet?
Yeah.
Let me
so I made it over.
Oh, you did make it over.
Did,
oh, that's great.
At a 3. I got a 6 and a 4.
Okay, yeah.
We skinned that one with the skin of our teeth, but it's over.
So you are kind of like huffing and puffing as you emerge. Like the rest of your group maybe is like looking around, getting the lay of the land. You probably like ran to or like marched to the first window or whatever, and you hear the horns of the procession of the honor guard of the Golden Throne outside. And you can see that there are a lot of, I think it looks like mechanized suits of armor. There are these golden horses that are being ridden by these giant, like, semi-medieval mecha that are the honor guard of the Golden Throne. So I'm going to say there are just 6 of these, but when we say 6, we mean 6 12-foot tall golden robot suits with golden horses.
I
So
can't reanimate those.
Lol, that's funny.
As I look out onto them, I look back at Ashes. I say, "I'm gonna kill him," and I jump out. Wait, how tall? Are we in a tower? Because that changes.
You'll manage. You're a famous hero.
That changes dramatically how we work this.
I kind of think that all right. I don't think I want to do that here. So like you probably are high up, but I think your path down is simple. I'm not interested in whether or not you make it safely down the tower, so you do.
Beautiful. Just to make it a little dramatic, because I am a theater person. Axe. I jump out the window and I use my axe to slow my fall just enough so that I am like landing on the ground in a very cool pose. I enjoy dramatics.
I like it. If it's a tower, I mean, the world snake fang like can stick into it and so easily cleaves through stone or whatever. I feel like you spiral down the tower. Like
Love that.
slow your descent that way.
Love that.
So like, yeah, you can be on the ground. You know that like if you ran at these soldiers, you could be upon them in minutes. I think kind of held between them aloft, I'm going to say like 40, 50 feet off the ground using whatever strange magics and powers that the honor guard of the Golden Throne can wield is the palanquin of the person who is to be the new emperor, your friend, the curator. Held so high off the ground that if they were to jump, they would die. And, I think the complicated person's like, your friend does not want to rule this nation. They just want to run their museum. They're not going to be suicidal over it. Like, if it's between death and becoming the new magnate, they'll become the new magnate, but really, really doesn't want to. So yeah, that's the scene that you're on. I want to cut over to Ashes. Ashes. Let's see. I'm trying to make use of old knowledge. I want you to try and roll under reuse.
Okay. I rolled over.
Okay. So the question that I have for you is, how does the Golden Throne anoint a new emperor, and why is that process extremely bad news for you and your group and what you're trying to accomplish?
I mean, you've introduced Golem Mecha.
Hmm?
So I think
Gold Golem Mecha.
I think the coronation also involves putting something in them that lets them control those things.
Ooh,
If it's
I
happening
love
to the
this.
curator, I don't know if that's bad news for us though.
Here's how it's bad
Yes,
news.
we like the curator.
Yeah, what happens is the new magnate of the Golden Throne. Oh, this makes the harem even weirder. The new magnate of the Golden Throne gets rendered into a scroll. Their entire being, their soul, their essence gets rendered into a scroll, and that gets fed into the mouth of the golem that is the magnate of the Golden Throne. So they're basically having their body sealed in this gold armor. Now, again, what does that mean for the harem? I don't know. I don't know why a golden
We don't
suit
know
of
either
armor
because we're not
needs a
from this
harem.
nation. Yeah, we're not from this nation. We don't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
But like what that means is basically they'll shove this your friend into like this spiritual wood chipper that will spit out a scroll that is their entire essence, and then that scroll will be eaten by a big gold robot. So like the process of creating of rendering this air into a magnate is relatively quick.
all right then.
So time is of the essence here.
Can I?
And you know that process was taught to them by one of the princes of hell. Just saying,
Yeah.
thousands of years ago.
I can make something stronger. Can that include making something bigger?
I suppose. What are you trying to make bigger?
I want to make, and there's no really other way to say this, so I'm just going to say it. I want to make my snake a lot bigger because it is a god snake after all.
You are. I mean, you're in the harem. I feel like there are a lot of very direct ways to make a snake bigger.
Yep.
Okay. No, that makes sense. So for that, what was empower? Make something
roll
stronger.
over,
So you need to
reduce.
roll over reduce.
Okay.
And you are frustrated right now.
Mhm.
So I think that does count. I should mention with these emotional conditions, they can either be attended by an ally, but they will keep affecting you till they are either attended by an ally when there is time and space to do that, which I don't think there probably will be in the snippet of the game that we're playing, or you do something that definitively resolves them. In the case of gift, it very well may be just doing a murder will probably be enough to resolve that condition. Frustrated is maybe different.
Well,
Easy
I'm
to
frustrated,
entertain.
and my intent here is to just ride my god snake up to the palanquin and take him. I'm like, I don't even want to fucking deal with these gold robots because I'm frustrated and I can't animate them and I just don't want to deal with it. Let's get it over with.
Yeah, that is like, so you were doing the spell that will bring you to that moment of perhaps resolution. So for the time being, I think your frustration is at play.
Okay. 4. And that is over.
4. That is over. And that was between 2 rolls.
Yes. I rolled a 6
Okay.
and a 4.
Congratulations. That rules. Okay. So yeah, I think there is a wavering moment where what's happening is this is the first bit of necromancy that on some level you have done in an extremely long time. It's a simple bit of necromancy. You shouldn't be frustrated. And also like your self that you were before you went on this journey is like consuming and processing the self that you like encountered and became on that journey. So there's like a little bit of willpower, like moving back and forth. And I think like you conquer that frustration because like you are a mind that has existed for so long already. It is hard to do damage to you in a way like that is permanent. But
You cannot kill me in any way that matters.
yes, yes.
Tell me the name of God.
And you manage to do the process that empowers this world snake. The question I have for you as a player is what is that process like to make a world snake bigger? What does your necro have to do to make that happen?
I think like some buildings and maybe some people nearby start feeling weak as many of the buildings nearby just sort of start to rapidly decay and there's bits of ash coming off them. I'm just like sucking entropy I'm like sucking matter in and giving
maybe
it entropy out.
there's a private garden in the harem, right? Like it's called
Mhm.
the Room of Floral Delight, and like the entire Room of Floral Delight like decays and
Yeah.
completely.
It's just a ruined, decayed, like remnant of a garden now, and all that
Yeah.
life
Would like
energy
to
is
say-
replaced with death as this giant god snake just grows into a shadow of what it may one day naturally grow to be.
Yeah, it's like a tiny echo of the apocalypse.
I would like to ride the world snake into battle.
Do it.
Because
Oh
Come along for the ride.
gosh, I kind of love that, like, you just have this knowledge and trust that like with your companions, that like, yeah, you just reach out and grab a fragment of this world snake as it is like thundering towards this honor guard. That's very, very cool. So yeah, your idea is, well, we're kind of short on time. Our friend is going to be thrown into the spiritual wood chipper and rendered into a scroll. We gotta hit this honor guard now.
let's do it.
So yeah,
And as they're taking the person, because I know that the people in the palace are going to be very upset, I'm going to try playing some music and appealing to their humanity and being like, because I'm appealing to their hopes, to be like, no, don't be upset that we're rescuing this guy who clearly does not want to be the magnet.
all right, that feels like love. I need you to roll under love.
Oh, my love's pretty good. Okay, good. Okay, my love. Oh no, my love is 3. It's decent. Okay.
Yeah.
I rolled exactly a 3.
Exactly 3. I do.
Yeah.
So this is a area that we reach where you could succeed or fail. It is up to you. If you succeed, it will cost you something to succeed.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. So remember how I said the process of making the scroll was actually taught by one of the demon princes hundreds of years ago. Like it's like soul magic, and demons are very good at soul magic. That means, why was it taught? The demons are very invested in this process continuing for some inscrutable reason that I obviously don't know. I'm just a singer, right?
I just work
a
here,
DJ.
man.
I'm just a DJ, right?
I just work here.
So the fact that we stopped whatever happened at the end, that we stopped this process, brings onto us the attention of one of the demon princes. Not one of the 3 demon princes who are my patrons, but one of the others who might like me less.
I like that a lot. Yeah. I think to do this, what will happen, you can decide to succeed at this, Sharang, but like the thing that will happen, if you decide to succeed, it means that prince is personally here to oversee this process.
Oh, absolutely, yes. Oh, that sounds great.
Oh,
There you go. So what you're doing now, you start doing this song, and I think kind of immediately, because what you're trying to do is sing a song that will instill compassion, probably in the
Yeah.
honor
So
guard, 'cause-
it's like Avicii does those pieces which has the vocals that kind of feel like minor key sad sort of stuff. Even though the beat can be like kind of upbeat and dancey, it's kind of like that. Like the beat upbeat and dancey, but the vocal part to this techno song is like evoking like feelings of like compassion and sadness and like, look, let this guy go, freedom, let him go.
yeah, I think like you're on the world snake with the rest of the party, right? Is that my understanding of?
I was
complete the
imagining I'm
album
like
cover.
singing. I was thinking I'm like as they're wading in, I'm like standing like on the shattered wall window that the world snake burst out of.
Okay.
And I'm like doing my like finger movement dance there.
it's the soundtrack to battle.
Yeah,
I love
yeah,
it.
kind of.
So as the world snake and
sometimes you get a good feeling. Yeah.
As the world snake is like whipping through the sands of like this place in the palace of the golden throne, like one of the interior courtyards, like there are all these like biomes that you travel through before you get to the throne itself. And I think the last is the desert. It is a desert made out of it's a desert made out of sand from gold dust. So it is like this beautiful glittering
Heavy,
golden
very
desert.
heavy sand.
Mhm.
Well, I mean, gold in
Extremely.
itself is not very heavy. It's not like
Isn't gold like extremely heavy?
Gold is
Isn't that
very
the point?
dense.
Yeah, gold is
Yeah,
like
but, like-
extremely heavy. That's why a small biscuit of gold is like,
isn't it, like
it kills
super
you.
fragile also. Like in its
It's
pure
soft.
form.
It's not fragile. It's ductile.
Yeah. It probably, I think they need to like rake or till this sand to keep it sand-like. There's so much money that goes into like keeping this area. But like, I think it is kind of a beautiful, you know, like how Zen gardens have like those beautiful rows that are kind of raked through them. Like there are these intricate patterns, these extremely intricate, sacred patterns in this sand that the world snake is just tearing ass through. Throwing up this like glittering storm of gold, and then on this tower, like we can see this hell DJ with, like starting to eke out its hallucinations to make the souls that have been fed into the armor suits that are the bodyguards waver, and like we can see them like spark and get a little like normally these things move like so elegantly and beautifully. They have so much power in everything they do. Now it's kind of like a little like clockwork and creaky. I'm trying to think if you've ever seen a really good like modern, not modern dance. Well, I guess maybe it's like hip hop dance performer who is good at like muscle
the
control,
robot?
like in the robot. Like, yeah,
Yeah.
they're just like moving individual things to make it look like their body is moving in stop motion, but it's just moving. That is exactly the effect that you're getting from these robots right now. So they can still move, but like they are in some way diminished because the trooper and this song has like reached out to them. The world snake is just tearing through the desert, moving towards them. It's time to go back to Gift. Gift, what do you do?
What am I doing? You said.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have hopped onto the world snake, of course. And I am riding its back into battle. As we pull up to the guards, I flip over its face, like land in front of the guard and scream, "Taste world snake venom, you piece of..." As I swing onto the nearest 12-foot tall, twice my height, by the way, twice my height. Becca, in my of course signature move, decapitation
Yeah.
from below.
Roll ill, and you're looking to roll under.
These ones are fine to decapitate.
Okay, and that's still at disadvantage, yes?
No, I think because you are, I think what I'll say is yes. Yes, it is still at disadvantage, but if you succeed, the condition will disappear.
Okay, great. That is a 2.
2 is good.
So that's the good news. I'm at a 4, right? I have to roll under.
I thought you were at a 3 for kill.
Wait, are we? Which one is
trying
this?
to roll
Kill?
under
This is kill. Yes, 3. So 2 is still under.
So they're still under. That's great.
Yeah.
So that means that you are successful, though you are taking the worst result. So because 3 is equal to 3, you will there will be a price for this success. So
I guess the question is what price are we going to offer? I think the most elegant one is this and the effort that it takes to decapitate this thing. If you do it, we'll take your last shit to give about this mission, which means you now have a choice. You either enter wanting to fuck off, which is screw this job, I don't care about it, it's not worth my time or attention, or you can decide to go die about it. And if you decide to go die about it, you will, the next 3 things you want to do will be tremendously successful, and then your character will die. But if you can accomplish the job with those 3 actions, your character lives. So you got to decide. Gift, like, cuts the head off of this thing. Like, I think what happens is, like, you appear in front of this robot, like, there's this scream of like this curse, like there's a string of swears. Some of them we know in our world. Some of them exist only in the world that your character lives in. Some of them were taught to you by Rainbow. And so like they like spill out of your mouth like poison and burn the sand.
Literally, yeah.
Literally doing that.
Love that.
And this thing like swings its arm down to like hit you at the same time you were swinging up at it. And of course, the powerful gold armor clashes against the fang of the world snake, and you cleave through it. But the armor is like, you know how like when Play-Doh gets forced through one of those like molds, like you press it through this mold and like the spaghetti comes out or the star comes out. That's how like the gold is moving. And like these sharp fragments of it are like cutting you up as you're forcing your axe all the way through to like basically cut off the top of its arm through its shoulder all the way to cut its head off. You're exhausted after that. And your body is still trying to reconcile the self that you were with the self that you became and the self that you must be. You feel so tired, and your age is tired. And so you come to this point where you think about the curator and what the curator means to you, what saving the curator might mean. And you have to ask, do you want to fuck off or do you want to go die about it?
A gift, much like my actual self, is a stubborn person. The fact that she went through all of this bullshit, all of it, and got to kill about one thing.
Like half the thing.
Not even the full, half a thing. Got to kill like half a thing. And did not get any satisfaction. Is not gonna go like fuck up. No, that's not. She's stubborn. She is going to kill as much as she can and go die about it. Fuck that.
Hell yes. So the next 3 things that you want to do will be successful. If the mission, if the job is not done within those 3 things, this character will die, and we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. But that is the
we'll burn
resource.
that bridge when we come to it.
Exactly. Yeah. So next we are and also if the other characters should also get similarly hurt and they decide to fuck off, you cannot, because you have committed to die about it. But that's
I'm
important.
okay with that.
Cool. So we've had the first strike. We've taken down one of the honor guard. It's time to turn to Ashes. Ashes. What do you
think
do?
As Ashes and Gift ride the snake into battle, she rides the head down, and they're kind of crushing and smashing at the royal guards, and Ashes just keeps walking up the tail and up to the palanquin and just sort of offers a hand to the curator. Come along.
Oh, I love it. Like, yeah, the snake kind of rears up, and you sort of open the door to this little palanquin, and you see this.
Can you please describe for me what the curator looks like? I imagine him as very precious, but I must know.
Yeah,
Yes,
I was
he
thinking
must
they do
be
not
like-
look like someone who works in the Museum of Necromancy. I think regardless of whether they're not,
This
they
little
look kind of like
sunshine.
20. They're a pretty thin, soft boy, and
I just love that.
they're just
Oh,
precious.
can we actually? Because they're not. They don't look like a necromancer. Can we say they're not thin? They're like a chubby, soft boy who is like,
Oh,
you know.
Sure.
Yes, small.
Very
And he's
cute.
so short. He has to be so short. He does not look intimidating at all, but loves the necromancy.
He has gorgeous, healthy hair, beautiful fingernails, healthy everything.
Beautiful blonde, healthy hair. It's just like
He must wear glasses.
swoosh.
He's always looking at books, so he must wear glasses.
Yeah, and
Good,
he's like
good news, everyone.
healthy, chubby.
The curator, eminently toppable. This boy, yes, beautiful, sturdy, love it.
That for everybody.
Happy Pride.
Happy Pride. Yeah. So you open the door. There is the curator, and kind of like the image is impeccable. There is. I don't. What colors do you have going on? Kind of in your ensemble, Ashes. Like I'm imagining very dark and dreary, but it could also be, I guess, pale and sickly. Like
There was
I don't know.
purples,
I
we
was
said,
thinking
Got a lot
right?
of
kind of
purple and
green and black with some like purple accents for the snake.
yeah.
Like because I am wrapped in snakeskin, remember? So I kind
Right,
of have that
right,
coloration
right.
going on. So like I am dark, but I actually have a fair amount of color.
Yeah.
Are we thinking
yeah.
like iridescent green or like dark green?
No, like dark green, not like
Dark
bright
green.
lime green or anything like that. But
So I think like kind of in the bright and sunny vision of the world around you, like you are this dark presence, and swirling around you is like the dust of this gold sand as you like open the door. You could not be more the curator's hero right now than imagine like the whatever mural is dedicated to like one of your deeds in the museum. You look almost essentially like that.
I think I'm just offering a snakeskin covered hand.
Yeah, yeah. And this is okay. I'm trying to think because I do want this to be challenging. Oh, okay. I gotta determine which stat.
Also, for what it's worth, it is past 10.
Yeah.
It's 8 for me. It's not late.
It's actually for me
think-
too, but
I mean, Keen could probably be falling because now that the guards are being attacked and it was hovering in the air, right?
No, I think what it is, you need to roll under reuse for me.
okay. I rolled over. I got a 6.
Here's what happens. You open the door, you extend your hand, and I had you roll under reuse to create a new use for something discarded. What it is, your friend the curator says, you have to leave. You're one of the greatest necromancers who ever existed. You can't risk yourself or the wrath of the Golden Throne for me. You have to leave. I can't come with you.
I will outlast the Golden Throne. But what is uncommon is one who will actually listen to one of the greatest necromancers in the world.
And they're beautiful words, but I don't think they touch his heart. Like he's spent whatever journey it was from when he was kidnapped to the Golden Throne itself, grieving, grieving for the life that he has lost, grieving for himself. And he's reached acceptance in that grief. He, at this moment, is not willing to save himself, does not believe that the Golden Throne can be contradicted. So like faced with that, what I'm going to say is you're going to lose one of your shits to give because this job just got a lot harder.
Yep, I'm down to 1 shit's given.
1 shit to give.
I have lost my last shit.
We're gonna cut over to Rainbow. Rainbow, I kind of feel like I like the idea of you knowing what is going on in some way. Like I kind of think all performers have some sort of connection with their audience. So like, you know that like part of the core was empathy for this being. And now that like they've spoken aloud that like they've given up on being saved, like it affects the atmosphere of the song and whatnot. So my question is, what do you do now?
Yeah, so I care about this person a lot, right? And I see that he's lost his like hope, and I know what lost hope looks like, and I know that I'm like I can deal with this. I want to try and ease a shattered nerve. I am gonna stride over and throw my cape up and show him how the cape is thrown up. When the cape is thrown up, that means it's very light. It can only be very light when there's someone with a strong spirit nearby. And I'm like, you have a strong spirit and you can do what you want. You don't need to do this thing. That the becoming the ruler and not being able to interact very well with this delightful harem.
Oh, we don't know. Again, the harem is just, it's a more complicated answer to a very complicated question. And I could spend a lot of time and energy thinking about it, but it's probably not the best use of our limited time.
So I'm going to like uplift him, not through like song or whatever, but through like showing him, I'm like, you are cool and you can do what you want to do because you are strong of spirit, bitch.
I love it. Roll it.
Yeah, so I think I have a good laugh. You have a good laugh. So let's see if I can roll under. And I rolled a 6. Yeah.
Oh no. Oh no.
I mean, it's got to reaffirm his chosen conviction then, doesn't it? He's like, I can choose what I want and I choose this.
Well, I mean,
That's
he's trying to
duty,
ease a shattered nerve, and this nerve is shattered. Ultimately, what this role means.
Yeah, because the opposite of laugh is to like be taken seriously by authority and stuff. So maybe it's like he's like, no, this is serious and authority. I need to become the ruler.
Yeah, that's kind of what it sounds like this role is. Because like, although if Sharang was like, oh yeah, what I'm trying to do is show this person how serious this problem is, then it would have been a rollover situation. But obviously that would have been less likely to pan out. It's just luck did not come our way on this. Yeah. So what?
It could be the meddling of a demon lord nearby.
Yeah. Oh, that's what I love. I think you know, with a flick of your cape, like you take advantage of the differential weights of the cape and like fling yourself across the gold desert to arrive like in grand form, like hitting this palanquin, and it sways a little bit as you're in, and you know, flick the cape and like show that, see, my cape is light. Like, you have a strong soul and you can be yourself if that's what you desire. And then elsewhere, buried deep in the palace, watching the interruption of the procession, is of course the demon prince. The demon prince of, gosh, I mean, Sharang, I'll leave that up to you. Like, this is...
Yeah, so this demon prince is known as the Bursar. because this demon prince
Ooh.
controls all the flow in and out of souls in hell.
The
And the Bursar is
Bursar,
very interested here.
the Bursar is a skeleton, and their bones have been turned into a massive profane abacus. So all of the bones have like these little metal slots and whatnot that it is moving around, and also each arm has like delicately laid into it other arms that are constantly running calculations. So being around the Bursar, there is like a thundering constant of clack 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 as they're constantly keeping the accounts of hell.
And the sound of it makes most mortals like go mad.
Yeah, I think actually,
do not let it near gifts. Don't do it. She will try to steal its bones.
and this is I think the reason that the harem also has to blind and deafen themselves in mourning is the Bursar shows up, and if people don't do that properly, like one of the servants or whatever who is here for the coronation, who is currently writhing on the ground with madness, because being around the Bursar just does that. The Bursar looks through and sees you with your cape and knows that you will be able to like convince this person,
Because the Bursar knows me. Yeah.
and therefore, like with a flick of a finger, makes like one of the heavy souls in this room like just conveys its weight, maybe actually like flicks a soul out of one of these mortal bodies, like just picks the worst person in the room and like pa-ching, flings them over. And you've got to think the worst person in the capital of an extremely rich nation is really bad. And so suddenly your cape becomes so heavy that it just weighs the palanquin down to the ground. Like this poor curator's nerve is just really, really frayed and shattered, is just afraid that they're only bringing misery to these people who are just so nice and sweet to him when he was running his museum. So I'm going to turn back to Gift. Gift, you have 3 actions to take before this adventure becomes the adventure that claims your life. And they will all be successful. What's the first?
I have a question before I make this action. Can I see the scroll? Is it in the same room? Like, is
So-
this
does there need to be a blank scroll that this person is
like
transcribed onto?
does it have to be like, is the magic connected to a specific scroll, or is it like something that someone specific knows, and then they can therefore do said magic? It like how's it working?
I think okay. So here's I'm reading the rules for Go Die about it right now to refresh myself. Okay. So you get 3 actions. One action has to be messy. One action has to be desperate. And the last one has to be dramatic. So for the first 2, you can choose to either messily or desperately. I do think, yes, there must be a blank scroll that is, hooked up to this horrible spiritual wood chipper. That like, the machine chews up the soul and then, grafts it to the ink and then transcribes it onto the scroll. So yeah, there is a physical scroll. It is in the throne room where the Bursar is.
I want to destroy the wood chipper since I'm there. Since I'm there, let's destroy the wood chipper.
Yeah, it's like an ancient relic, and yeah.
Hey, who the fuck cares? It is in my way. Destroy it and fuck these guys.
So okay. I mean, is this a desperate action, or are you doing it in a way that's really messy?
I'm gonna say messy. Let's make this messy. Like this is me having no regard for history. Me having
Shit's
no
left
regard
to give.
for
You have
someone's
no
culture.
shit's left to give.
No shit's left to give. Fuck this. It's gonna die.
Yeah. Then I kind of think sort of lining the pathway towards the throne of the emperor are just people. They're all people that like are, ceremonially blinded and deafened that just sit that like stand along the procession awaiting the new magnate to be born into a body of gold. And you kill your way to this room. Like,
Whoopsie.
who knows how many lives you are taking right now? It's so many. You talked about the idea of every time you kill someone, it making you feel less human. There will be an accounting after this. Probably somewhere in the Bursar's horrible body, there are little parts of the abacus moving back and forth, calculating the untold damage that you are doing to yourself.
Don't worry,
and the world through
I'll
this
I'll
action.
steal the Bursar's bones at some point. It's fine. I'll just steal the Bursar's bones.
Hell yeah!
Can't count without your
Hell
bones.
That'd be a great mission. We all descend into hell to steal a demon prince's bones.
Steal the Bursar's. That is her new life's goal. I will steal the bones of the Bursar who has become my enemy.
The Bursar of hell. Hell yeah!
So that means that the king of sea serpents is the Bursar's son.
Ooh,
You want to kill the king of sea serpents, so that's the link.
You kill
and I think
the
we kind
sea
of established
serpent
earlier that
that
like,
protects the Bursar.
what wasn't it like? I was doing the voice for that like shitty little pipsqueak who was like the demon prince before. So I think their child, like the Bursar's child, with that other demon prince, which is great to me. I love that.
Yeah.
So yeah, you kill your way up, and like, the steps of this palace are like kind of beautiful white and gold, and now there is this river of blood that is falling down, spilling out onto the gold dust of the sand. But you arrive at like the steps of this intricate machine shortly after that in this chamber near the awaiting body of gold, or the magnate is the bursar and like the most elevated nobles in this land. And you just like take one look at this, describe how you destroy this machine.
I look at it. I look at my battle axe. I think this could very easily destroy this. And then I toss the battle axe to the ground, and in a berserker-like scream of rage, I proceed to destroy it with my fist.
Yes. Oh, God. It's a thing so intricate, so delicate. I feel like it needs to be maintained constantly. Every essential part of it is so important. And all of it is being bent and shattered into unrecognizable shapes at your rage. Yeah. Let's cut back. Let's cut back to the Palanquin. We have an interesting situation. Rainbow, you are currently weighed down by unexpectedly the weight of your cape. It is so heavy that it is sinking this palanquin to the ground. Things are rocking around. Meanwhile, Ashes, you're kind of on your last nerve here. With the easiest part of this job should have been getting this person to come with you. And it's not easy right now.
Right.
So what do you two do?
To double check, the mission needs to end in success in order to save Gift's life, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
you do need to succeed in order to save Gift. So you could decide to abandon the mission. It's fine. Like
no, I still have one shit to give.
'Cause
If I
Gift
run out of
could
shits,
do
I'm
it alone.
100% running away. But
It's like, Ash just said, fuck that. You're on your own. But
I think Ashes had their hand out and kind of starts as the palanquin starts falling and just says to the curator, "Don't be stupid." And I kind of want to grab him and unwrap some of myself, which was like which kind of keeps me moored, right? So I think
Yeah.
like unwrapping it kind of loosens my connection to the earth, so we just descend slowly, but I am risking like losing a piece of myself doing this.
Which would disintegrate part of
Josie,
you.
guess what? You just paid off on character creation.
Yay.
There is one being who has seen you without your wrapping,
Oh,
and it's the curator.
Oh,
Wow.
shit, I forgot about that.
Oh,
Boom!
wow.
Love this.
Oh, poor curator. I like him so much.
So I think you're going to roll at advantage here.
Okay.
And what are you attempting to do with this roll?
I'm attempting to get us all to land safely.
Okay.
And then if we do succeed, ideally just drag him out of the city.
I think, yeah, we're going under
Way to get
reuse.
him out of the city if we land safely.
Yeah.
Well, I have a hopeful way. Oh, it might not work, but
No more rivers
Yeah, I
of
think-
boredom.
You're trying to roll under reuse here.
Okay.
2 dice, take the better result.
2.
2. Hey, there we go. So, what I think is happening here is like repairing something deeply broken or even make a dead thing move. I think you are resurrecting hope in this person. Like we had kind of established that like all hope was lost. which-
hope is a big theme in this,
So
in this
sweet.
adventure.
yeah. Yeah. And like that is one thing that like, yeah, this person's wrung out of hope and you are a necromancer. And like, you know the process to even undo that. And like, there's just a little flicker of hope back inside this soul of this person who's like, I think in awe of you. And if you take his hand now to like pull him up, he will not fight or resist or protest.
Yep.
Boom. All right, Sharang, hit us.
So we land and you grab him and we land and I'm like, okay, we need to get out of this city as quickly as possible, get this person out. And so I'm going to ironically use live, and you'll hear why ironically, to beg for something essential. So the sacrosanct mother is this giant, she's not a prince, but she's this giant demon in hell, and within her vagina is contained all of creation in a sort of weird metaphysical sense, because not really, but kind of. And I'm like, I'm gonna beg the sacrosanct mother to open her vaginal tract here so we can leap into it
I'm
and like
X-card.
appear
It is my
elsewhere.
gender.
X card.
Okay,
We've hit an X.
X-carding that, where I'm opening, there is a gate in hell called the Gate of the Scintillating Tongue. And it only opens once every millennium, and once it opens, it cannot open again. So, but if I beg for it to open, it is a huge favor to ask because it won't open again. So I'm asking for the Gate of the Scintillating Tongue to open so that we can like zip through and like take this person out.
Okay.
I love this.
So let's hope it works.
You are
ironic
you're basically
because I'm
asking
using,
for a miracle.
Yeah, I'm asking one of the demons to like help us. It is a begging. I have to beg. It's begging for something essential, and it's ironic because I'm using live to open a gate to hell. But you know,
Yeah. I mean, I like it. It is such a hell thing. It's like, yeah, we've built a machine that is capable of producing a miracle. And so people will, like, in desperation, pray to it or beg from it. And most of the time, it does nothing.
Yeah, and so we'll see later in the future past this game, whatever, like what price I have to pay if this succeeds. But yeah, okay. So I have to roll above a 2.
Mhm.
Oh great. I rolled a 1.
Well, that's that. I think like you make this plea to this gate, and it is beautiful, like truly beautiful. I think it probably would have opened this gate if if it hadn't already opened this millennium, and that is
Oh, they
kind
didn't
of the
know.
beautiful trick of this gate.
Yeah.
You weren't denied it; it simply is not functioning right now.
Yeah. The gateman is also known as the scintillating tongue. It's like a shiny tongue.
Mhm.
And so I beg the scintillating tongue to open the scintillating tongue, but it's been opened.
Man, I'm union. I'm on my break. It
The
lasts
jaw
for
has
a
clenched.
1,000
The jaw
years.
has, yeah.
I'd love to help you, but I'm not violating my contract. for
Yeah.
anyone.
Yeah, and in hell, you don't violate your contracts. That's one thing you don't do.
That's
in
kind
hell.
of important. Their whole economy depends on it.
So I like
Open the gate of the
beg.
scintillating tongue in this economy? I don't think
Yeah. So I like debase myself begging the scintillating tongue to open. But no, it doesn't happen.
Which brings us to gift once more. You are on the second of your actions. There will be one more after this. This one has to be desperate. You've destroyed the machine.
Okay. And this one has to be, well, since like my enemy is basically destroyed and the machine is destroyed, so it would like I'm gonna take this action to talk to the curator because
So I want to emphasize that right now the curator is far from you.
oh goodness, yeah.
You were heading up the steps of this palace in the palanquin. You tore up the steps, killing a stream to get there. You're now kind of in this palatial room. There are all of the nobles of this country kind of gathered here to witness the birth of the new magnate into the gold body. But they are all ceremonially blinded and deafened except for the one who didn't take it seriously enough or do it right, or maybe one of their enemies sabotaged their shit, but they're spasming on the ground going completely mad at the presence of the bursar. And also the bursar is here. So yeah.
Who's a demon prince, so
I mean, desperate times, desperate measures. The bursar's already here instead of me having to hunt him down. Can I try to kill the bursar? It's already there.
Interesting. I think the limitations, because whatever you try to do, you will succeed at. I think that means the things that you try to do must be possible from a certain sense. I don't know if you can kill a demon prince.
May I steal its bones?
But yeah, like steal a bone, injure, render like inoperable somehow a demon prince.
Yeah. We can work with that as long as I can steal a couple bones. Inoperable is okay. I can do that.
Oh, maybe you can steal the bone that calculates the curator's like life and sins and stuff.
Yeah.
Because like there's a
I can
bone
do
on
that.
his
I would do
abacus,
that.
right? There's a bone on his
Yeah,
abacus.
like
for
we all
measuring
have
that.
one.
Yeah.
Oh shit. So here's what happens. You turn to face the bursar. The bursar is like this is a routine thing. This is like, this nation has made some deal with him that like, every time we have one of our magnates die, you have to seal into this gold suit of armor because like that's how our nation works. That's the deal that we have with you. And like this is a demon prince, right? So while this is extremely important to this nation, this is not very important to the bursar. This is like one of the boring. This is like the most bored celebrity that you've ever met at like one of those autographing tables at like a convention,
that.
you know?
Oh, I
Doesn't
love that.
want to be here, not having fun, won't smile for your photo op, that kind of thing.
Oh, goodness.
You whirl on the Bursar, and all of a sudden, the Bursar, the demon prince of hell that accounts the sins of all the world, is staring down the barrel of you and can feel the weight in his bones of the things that you have done. And one of those stones is the death of the world snake. So, like, there is maybe for the first time in this demon prince's existence a certain rattle of fear.
Yeah, because remember, the demons know the heroes who've escaped the chain, so they know that humans are capable of things. Yeah.
Yeah.
All
Importantly,
I
they
want to
know-
say is the apocalypse starts when I allow it to start. Like,
Yes.
I imagine a world snake being ready to devour the world and me killing it to stop it.
Honestly,
saying like, it is not because I care about the world. It's just that the world starts and stops when I say it does.
Yeah. Yeah. And like it is that stubbornness right at the core of you that like you whirl on this terrifying demon prince, the sound of which causes others to go mad and like their mind to rot from the inside. But you have, curiously enough, spent the equivalent of hundreds of years piling your mind, like tampering your mind into a piece of iron. The arcane sounds that rattle off the bones as he like tries to make his presence more seen and heard to defend himself just plinks off of your mind as you slowly walk across the room to steal one of his bones. I want to know what that looks like.
Oh, it like, she goes from this berserker mode of destroying this very precious magical item that is meant to only be used by magnates, jumps off of what remains of it, looks at the Burster, and very calmly, it is a very calm and collected. And this is a feral being, a very feral being. So like when that is both desperation and a little terrifying. And she walks over to him, looks him dead in his eye sockets. I don't know if he has eyes, but eye sockets, and says, "Your bones are mine." Before she takes her hand that is like covered in very sharp nails, like of course her nails are sharp but short, and rips into the Bursa's chest through his like solid chest plate, or like at sternum. I think that's the word for that area.
Sternum.
Yeah, through his sternum, and almost with precision knows which bone to take, and takes precisely two. One for the curator and her own, because you don't get to tell me how good or bad I am. Only I get to do that. And rips them out and shows them to him.
Sometimes
As
Ashes
she-
does that too.
Kind of like grinds it into pieces.
Wow.
They're not even good enough to go on her crown. She's just grinding them into pieces because screw you. That's why.
You know not what you have done.
You know not how little I care.
So
Yes.
I think we cut back outside where the honor guard now only I think I said there were 6 honor guards, so one of them got killed, so there are 5 honor guard left. They're encroaching around the palanquin. there's no portal that is going to take you out of this situation. You still you have the advantage of right now, everybody who is kind of in the royal city is ceremonially blind and deafened, awaiting the birth of the new magnate. So the only people that you really have to worry about are the honor guard. But there are still 5 of them, and they are all 12 feet tall mechas. So what do you do?
Okay. I'm trying to think of something that will resolve quickly because we are running out of time. Not to be
Right.
anticlimactic, but I do have a
it's
huge
quarter to
world-eating
midnight.
snake. Can it just come from off screen and the honor
Well, I don't see
guard?
why not. I don't see why not.
Chekhov's world-eating snake.
I mean, it's a world eater. I think it can handle a couple mechas.
Yeah, it should be able to eat a couple mecha.
Sure.
I'm trying to, I guess, let's see. This is, probably to take a life. So you're probably trying to roll under reduce.
Mm-hmm. I got a 2.
Hey, you did it.
You're triple 3, right? Everything is 3 for you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the world-eating snake, there is, oh my God. Yeah. So they are moving in surrounding this palanquin, and this, oh gosh, this poor curator who has just had their hope restored, looks around and immediately sees oh my God, there are 5 of the honor guard. It doesn't matter, starts to lose hope again. And then they realize, because I don't know that we established it before, but you said it was an echo of the apocalypse to come, this large body that you kind of moved for it. So I feel like you created for it. I feel like it's a little bit insubstantial.
Mm-hmm.
So easy not to see, especially with all the sand and dust that got kicked up by the calamity and destruction. The body of the world snake crush around them, and just squeeze them all together until they are melded into a single husk or ball.
Love that.
And then I guess we'll turn to Sharang. Sharang, you just got to conclude this. Bring us home. What are we doing? We're out of portals.
Yeah, no portals opened. Okay, so I'm gonna say we're gonna end it. A couple of so everything's breaking, everything's destroyed. Some of the royal concubines, because everything's being destroyed around us. Screw tradition. They actually removed their blindfolds and earplugs. Right? They're what is going on here? Because even the sacred mission, they're our hero yelling at the demon prince, the world leader snake. So they remove their plus, grab the kid and go away. And I'm gonna say some of the royal concubines, because everyone else in the capital is blind and deaf. So this ends with some of the royal concubines grabbing the 4 of us, 3 and the curator, throwing some of the royal robes of the concubines onto us so that we look like the royal concubines. And the last thing the camera sees is us being pulled into the mass of the royal harem, disappearing among them. Probably to be smuggled out of the city later.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I kind of think, what it is, the bursar kind of disappears. Demon Prince, this is supposed to be a boring autograph signing.
And he's
someone stole one of his bones. That's
I'm not doing
that. For that kind of interaction. So disappears. Everyone else in the capital is kind of ceremonially blinded and deafened, except for these concubines who these are, they were willing to remove their ceremonial blinding. So they're not into it. They kind of like see which direction the wind is blowing, that there's a shattered machine, and they're like, oh, there's not gonna be a new magnate. We should just grab what we can and get the hell out of here. And why don't
Love
you
that.
people come with us? Because obviously we removed our shit. We don't really care about this job.
And you guys seem important.
Yeah.
I would like to say I do grab the like tiny. I don't grab the bones, but I grab the beads that were on the bones. Like those are mine.
Yeah, they are your sins, which is an interesting weight to carry in your pocket, and definitely something that could be explored another time.
I just like the idea of me carrying around my own sin, like so that I stay human and know, you know, it is a part of keeping me tethered to my humanity.
Yeah. I mean, you talked about like kind of the weight of your sins already, and how like it sort of defines your connection with Rainbow, and now you have kind of the physical manifestations of what those are and what those mean. And yeah, there is a whole aspect to this game about kind of debriefing from missions and like bringing yourself back to whole, but we obviously don't have time for that. I would love to turn us over as we watch these heroes kind of ride out into the sunset. I'd love to turn over to Josie with a real check-in with the closing ceremonies of this stream and kind of where it ended up.